적이 학살 중이다.
Taking away those bots as well. There is a
Red team double kill. Red team double kill. Red team double kill.
inside of EDG's jungle. Taking away those bots as well.
And hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Solo King. Of course, highlighting today's matchups, we're going to go through all 4 of them, starting off with Duke versus Captain Jack. And for me, this is a very personal game because Captain Jack just so happens to be one of my favorite players out there. However, Duke, as for, if any of you like me and play a lot of top lane, and you're going to be a big fan of that. Now, TuSin versus XD coming in as our next matchup, and honestly, for XD, I don't know, I'm excited to see how he fares versus TuSin. I have not actually been having a very good game today, or not today, but this season. So it's going to be exciting to see how they work out as far as not only as individual players, but as a team as a whole. So for TuSin versus XD, I'm going to give a slight edge to XD, but of course I'll have to see how that 1v1 matchup plays out. And here we are with our last, I think this is 3rd game of the night. It's Chaser versus Score. And Score, a player that honestly I expected big things out of, even just from the get-go. Not even just in 1v1s, but in 5v5s as well, but KT have not been having quite the season that they were necessarily looking for. So excited to see how that works out. And of course, our last matchup of the night is Chei versus Shai. And if you bet on anyone but Shai in this matchup, then you know something that I don't. Definitely a heavy favorite, especially versus Chei. And I think the biggest thing to watch out for is not just what I think, but what the pros think. And I think we actually polled quite a few of them. I don't think that those results are up quite yet. But if they actually ever get published, they will be on Azubu.tv. Scroll down to the bottom of the news and blogs, and they should be there. So excited to see not only these matchups, but of course we'll be having a lot more Solo King coming your way in the next couple of days. We're going to be kind of cramming in a lot of Solo King episodes into not a very long amount of time. So hope you guys are ready for some Solo King action. We're going to start things off with picks and bans already done for our first matchup of the night. It's Duke versus Captain Jack, Azir versus Kalista, and honestly, it surprises me every single time that we see 1v1s, just because this is primarily a tournament in which, or a situation in which, in the 1v1 matchup, there should be a tier list of, okay, these champions are ridiculously good at 1v1s, these champions are not. And one of the champions that seems like they would be very not good at 1v1s is a champion that requires a 2v2. And that is Kalista, of course. You have a Black Spear, so you're not able to bind it to anyone. I'm not sure if you keep that item in your inventory, so you can't actually fill up all 6 slots. I don't know how the 1v1 matchup for Kalista works, but you actually just don't have an ultimate as Kalista. So maybe they know something that I don't, but at least for me, for right now, I'd have to give the early advantage maybe to Captain Jack, just since theoretically he would know better than I would. But as far as our first matchup goes, it's going to be up to Captain Jack to kind of prove me wrong. I would never have expected to see a Kalista in a 1v1 tournament, just given the fact that you're kind of supposed to you're supposed to play champions that do things like have ultimates, have 6 item slots, and a whole host of other of other things. So unless they can bond to Duke, then it will be kind of an interesting situation. But I excited to see the first Kalista of the Solo King, and of course maybe not the last. If it's good enough for this matchup, maybe it'll be good enough for others. Checking a couple of last minute things before we get into this game. So for Duke, as the top laner for NaJin, of course NaJin have enjoyed a fair amount of success this season. At least if you're a NaJin fan, more success than maybe in other seasons. That's all I'm gonna say about that one. But at least for this current matchup, I wouldn't necessarily give the advantage quite as significantly in one player or another. And of course, anytime you base the 1v1 scores or predictions off of 5v5 scores, so if you've seen either one of these play and you're like, wow, I'm a super big fan of Duke's Gnar, well, you're not going to see Duke playing Gnar, or at least theoretically not, depending on what he wants to go for here, because you're not playing a 5v5 and you have different strengths and weaknesses to play to. If you're playing a very immobile champion, then who cares, because you're not going to get ganked all that much. If you're playing a champion that, like Karthus, with a global ultimate, also probably not going to be as super effective. But let's go ahead and get into our first game of the night. Alright, so you can see here we're loading into the tournament. You see our spectators on the screen there as well. And of course, this will be on the live servers, so excited to see what's coming up next. It is going to be Duke versus Captain Jack. And here we go. Alright, ready to get things out on the rift and underway with the Solo King, a 1v1 tournament here in Korea, of course brought to you by Azubu, and of course featuring some of your favorite players and teams from this season of Champions. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and I hope you guys are excited, or as excited as I am, to watch Captain Jack duke it out against, well, Duke. And while Duke may be a prince of the top lane, it's going to be close here versus Captain Jack. How close? Well, you can see the votes there on your screen. The Invent poll has resulted in 51% of the votes for Captain Jack and, well, 49 for Duke. And whether or not that 2 percentage points difference is going to make a big enough difference, not quite sure just yet. But here's what's interesting. Captain Jack has he's actually soul bonded to Sivir. But once again, this is a 1v1 tournament, and while sure, Captain Jack as an AD carry player is great, he's facing off against Duke, and while both players have played both of these champions before, Captain Jack most likely playing Kalista in a 1v1 matchup. Now, if you guys were watching yesterday, if you guys were watching yesterday, then you probably remember seeing, I think it was Lucian versus Azir. Can't remember exactly whose Lucian that was. I'm trying to run it back through my head. If we can get our stats guys to help me out with that. It was Arrow's Lucian. Arrow's Lucian played up against, I believe it was Watch who tried. No, it wasn't Watch. It was Trace who tried the Azir, if I'm remembering that matchup correctly. And it was incredibly one-sided against the Azir, because he just can't control the amount that AD carries are able to push the lane against him. So I'm expecting to see Captain Jack not only get great CS here with the Ren stacks, he's continuing to get resets off of killing monsters, and even though he won't get the extra synergy from being able to get extra damage when he and his support player hit the same target, he's deliberately taking a very bad trade here to stack up a lot of those auto attacks. Of course, he's not sticking spears at anyone quite yet. He's still at level 1. But he is actually getting a lot of CS here. I think he's only down 1 CS, but more importantly, he's got a lot of CS over Duke at this point. Level 2s for both players, so it won't necessarily be completely impactful, but there's already 1 CS lost to turret, 2 CS, 3, and of course, actually did not miss those last 2. So good job last inning here for Duke, but at the same time, he is going to be in a little bit of a difficult situation here, as AD carry is traditionally able to build lifesteal from a bunch of Doran's blades or a Vamp Scepter if you can get that luxury item. And it feels weird to call it a luxury item, but at this point in time, wait a second, I'm guessing that is a disconnect or something along those lines. So Captain Jack has a lot of sustain as far as his items are concerned. He actually just has to put that out here. And Duke playing a much different style of Azir than we saw yesterday. This one is actually very harass-based, so maybe neglecting some of the wave management that you would expect to see in a 1v1 situation, but at least for the time being, he's putting enough pressure on Captain Jack so that he's not able to auto-attack the wave quite as freely and continue to push that in onto him. Also, for whatever reason, Duke's Azir has way more mana, or at least it feels like that, than the Azir that we saw yesterday, so he's able to continue to cast a lot of these sand soldiers, and it still has a mana potion in his inventory. Starting with Flask is a great way to do that, so already using all of his Flask charges, and once again still with a mana potion in his inventory. He will be able to have a little bit of a better early game here than we've seen from Azirs in the past, and for Captain Jack, still looking to see how his ultless Callista does here versus Duke's Azir. Duke actually the one out pushing him back towards the turret, and while, yes, Captain Jack does have a ton of sustain, we'll see if the area of effects, auto attacks here from Duke's Azir are are good enough. Captain Jack, he's now pushing the wave back. He's been able to use a lot of his sustain to get back up in there, but oh, look at what he did. He stacked up those Ren stacks on a minion, and then used Pierce to get them all the way onto Azir. Transferred a bunch of stacks over to him. Actually wound up dealing a lot of damage. Now, he does have to play this very carefully. He's sitting at 200 HP, but he knows if he is able to stack up a bunch of spears on just one minion, you're going to be able to transfer those over, and it's not going to be a good situation. In fact, he might go for the stop there. He does stop Azir's recall. This actually could be a little bit difficult to deal with. Of course, both players going with a teleport build, so it'll be teleport barrier for Captain Jack, teleport with a flash here for Duke's Azir. I don't actually agree with taking flash in a lot of situations. Theoretically, you should be able to just, get a mobile champion who doesn't necessarily require flash, like Lucian, like a Graves, Caitlyn, something along those lines. And then just have to, get a more combat-related summoner spell, like an Ignite if you want to go for all-ins, or Summoner Heal if you're going for stuff like that. And you should be able to get away with the slightly greedier Summoner Heal instead of having to go for a barrier, just because, or I guess it's, dependent on what you want to get. If you want that extra move speed, go for a heal, but you're probably not going to be facing off against an Ignite, just because traditionally, players don't go for very many, aggressive plays, unless, of course, it is, dependent on the player that you're playing against. So Captain Jack doing a great job last hitting here. He's now up, over 10 CS. Big deal here when it comes down to win conditions, because you do have to be up ahead of your opponent over 10 CS once you hit that 100 CS mark in order to get that CS victory. And I actually really like that rule, because it means if it's close, it actually becomes really tense up until the end. But Duke falling behind here on CS. He's going to be behind on sustain as well as far as health is concerned. See if he can get this last creep. Nope, it is out of here. And so Captain Jack hitting level 6 here means absolutely nothing. Of course, you can see 0 points in that ultimate. Will not be able to use that, so I would expect to see 0 points put in there. Just splitting his points currently between Pierce and Rend. Not a whole lot of surprise there. It's your primary damage, way to deal damage. And of course, Sentinel does, I believe that gives CS, but oh my god, one more auto attack. He's actually going to use Emperor's Divide to push Captain Jack back, and that means that, well, he's going to stay alive for a little bit longer, even with health potions running. I think Duke's Azir is starting to feel the pain. Already forced to ult and use that flash defensively, whereas barrier is still available here for Captain Jack, who is just dominating this lane. Wait, what? Oh, he hadn't used Rend yet, and I guess I didn't pay attention to that. I thought that it was actually the Rend damage when he pierced Duke, but it was actually just the pierce damage, and he was just waiting for the range or the time or something along those lines. But in the end, it is a somewhat surprising and equally anticlimactic victory. Game 1 goes to Captain Jack. And that means with our first game out of the way, we're going to be moving on to game number 2. This is a best of 3 format. And if you guys are unfamiliar with exactly how the Solo King works, well, break down some of the rules for you in our in-between time between games. So to start things out, it's a 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite OGN superstars from this season of Champions. Of course, you also have to keep in mind that it's not just your traditional 1v1 rules. While yes, you win by killing the opposing champion or turret, CSing works a little bit differently. You do win by hitting a 100 CS, but once you hit 100 CS, you actually have to be 10 CS ahead of your opponent. And of course, if you kill them in things like Sion's passive or Anivia's passive, they actually still have to die all the way. Once they finally die, then of course you get the kill credits. So I think it works the same way with Karthus too, once his Death Defied runs out. So if you can get the revenge kill there just in time, then you're going to pick up the win. And of course, this is our first best of 3 of the night, so if you guys are wondering what on earth is going on with, players and champions and all kinds of nonsense, well, today's matchups feature Captain Jack, Duke, XD, and TuSin. Of course, later on, we'll be featuring Score, Chaser, Shai, and Chei. Of course, Shai, the only member of CJ Entis to grace us today. We'll be seeing him a little bit later on, but let's get back into champion picks and bans for our first series of the night. It's Captain Jack facing off against Duke, and already with one game under his belt, I guess Captain Jack knows best. He brought out a Callista, which, traditionally you'd think had a few weaknesses in a 1v1 situation where, it's 1v1, not a 2v2, so you don't even get an ultimate. See if Duke can maybe think about a few other things when he comes back into this matchup. Azir, strong champion in a 1v1, I guess traditionally, but I think those are playing by a lot of rules that 1v1s may not necessarily have. He is actually going to ban Azir here. Interesting to see Captain Jack banning the champion that he doesn't actually feel is very strong. At least he didn't appear that way. Maybe he's just playing it super well and he actually thinks Azir is the hidden OP 1v1 champion. But we have seen quite a few, or a fair share of Azir builds and champion choices. So we're going to see if we see Azir later on. But for right now, what's going to get banned? You can expect to see a lot of AD carries. Specifically, Lucian had a lot of success yesterday, although that was primarily due to Score and or I think it was it Arrow? Yeah, Arrow's Lucian was really good. And of course, we'll get the chance to see Score later on. I was getting my KT Rollster players a little mixed up here. But at least for right now, Captain Jack, finally the burden of champion choice goes to him. And as an AD carry player, you should expect to see him play, well, traditionally AD carries who do very well in 1v1s. They've got ranged auto attacks, so you can get a lot of either harass down or have an easier time lasting. Would expect to see something along the lines of a Graves. It's going to be either Graves or maybe a Sivir pickup here for Captain Jack. Kind of the AD carries of choice left open. And, Sivir is actually a great choice as an AD carry because you don't actually have to fight your opponent. You can just go for having better wave clear. By the time they're actually able to fight you, you just go with spell shields to block things like Annie's Incinerate and a bunch of other really annoying single target spells like Nunu Snowball. And Captain Jack switching away from an AD carry, locking in Nunu instead. So how do you beat a Nunu? Kind of the question here for Duke, and he's going to know what's coming. This is game number 2, so they've swapped sides. Captain Jack gets first pick. But of course, Duke is going to get the ability to counterpick this. And his second pick, I almost think is like so much better in the 1v1 because not only does Duke, a top lane player who is very adept at knowing a lot of different matchups, I feel like top and mid, you have to probably know more matchups than almost any other situation. So we'll see what Duke is going to go for. He was hovering over Nidalee. I do not think Nidalee would be a very good champion to choose here. Sure, you've got the long range poke, but I don't think that this is a matchup that Nidalee would do very well. And I guess you got Sustain too. But he's going to lock in Lissandra. And Lissandra, a very good top lane champion, and so both players playing to their strengths as far as their traditional roles. But I'm not really sure about Lissandra in the matchup versus Nunu. You have a little bit of mana sustain, so you're going to be able to spam out your spells, and as long as you're slowing a lot of minions, and a lot of champions too, I guess, as well. As long as you're slowing stuff, you're going to get more free spell casts out there by reducing the cooldown of Lissandra's passive. But for the matchup, it seems to me to determine the matchup is determined based on like how well you can deal with Nunu's snowball harass and whether or not you have any form of sustain. And honestly, for Lissandra, she's got mana sustain, but that is kind of it. So some question marks above my head as far as that's concerned. But let's go ahead and take a look at the runes. The runes here for Captain Jack, you can see 15 flat attack damage. Of course, you can also see 9 armor, and when it comes to the I think that, no, 15 was actually ability power. Alright, so he's got ability power, and while I cannot read the name of his rune pages, you can see a standard 2163 mastery setup. And you may say, well, Rapid, 2163, that doesn't make any sense. You're crazy. But it's actually not very uncommon to see players take those 3 points and put them in the mana regen, just because sustain is so important in the 1v1s early on. So now we're going to actually take a chance on me. Nope, just to check out Duke's runes. You can see there is going for 15 additional ability power. Of course, he's bringing in the standard ability power rune page as far as 21 points in offense. Actually not going with the blade weaving, just with the spell weaving. So anytime he casts a spell, that's actually going to amplify your additional auto attack damage. And 9 points in utility means that not only is he going to get extra mana out of this, or extra mana regen, he's actually going to get extra health regen based on how much mana he has. So that's actually a little bit interesting. I haven't thought of getting some extra regen from that situation, because you don't actually expect to see too many players spec 9 points into utility, and that means that you don't get any ability to block damage from champion auto attacks, you don't get any health regen, which is a big stat. But for Duke, I think he's actually just prioritizing the mana regen, and it's going to be exciting to see whether or not all this mana regen that he's built into his Runes Mastery setup, as well as just, Lissandra's kit as a champion. It's actually going to be really interesting to see whether or not all that spam ability for spells is going to equate to not having the health regeneration from his masteries. So also won't have as much flat HP as well from those masteries. So that'll actually be a little bit interesting to check out. Of course, we're getting into game number 2. Game 1 went to Captain Jack, so we'll see if Duke can bring it back here in game number 2. We'll get that game coming your way right now. Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Solo King, a 1v1 tournament here brought to you by Azubu TV, and of course featuring all of your favorite champions, players, and teams from this season. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and of course we're getting into game number 2 of our first best of 3 of the night between Captain Jack and Duke. And Captain Jack, of course, having won his last game, now brings out the Nunu. And the most famous 1v1 matchup that I have ever seen features a Nunu. And of course it was Soaz's match versus Wicked for the last remaining European top lane spot on their all-star team. I believe it was last year, was it 2014, 2013, I want to say. But either way, it was a very big deal. It had like 150,000 people all watching this 1v1. And that was the first time I really became kind of interested in 1v1 tournaments, seeing just how much interest there was in seeing two of the greatest minds in European top lane history going at it. Of course, kind of the same situation here. Captain Jack facing off against Duke, and while Duke is in fact a top laner, like the previous players that I was mentioning, he's playing a top lane champion versus, I guess, another champion that used to go top lane. It is Nunu, and while Nunu may fall off late game in 5v5 situations, in an early game in 1v1s, it is a very, very difficult situation to be in. So excited to see what Captain Jack is going to be able to bring out here as Nunu, one of the strongest champions in these 1v1s. A lot of different precautions here taken by Duke to be able to stay in lane a little bit more. And I think what Duke is actually going to go for here on Lissandra is the ability to just kill more minions than Captain Jack's Nunu can. For Nunu to be able to kill minions, he actually has to auto-attack them. And while that's kind of a benefit in that it doesn't take any resources to do that, it does make it a little bit more difficult to actually kill the minions when it comes to like a perfection sense. A little bit easier to use spells to kill minions. Just because spells tend to deal a little bit more damage than auto attacks, depending on what you're looking for here. But while the Ice Blast spam may be a little bit annoying here to Duke, you can still see that he's definitely going for it, prioritizing just shoving the minion wave in, seeing if there's any way that he can get a CS advantage just off of denying minions here to the turret. And that's exactly what you're starting to see here. Very difficult here for Captain Jack to be able to... Oh, I think he actually hit a minion with that Ice Blast instead of an enemy champion here. So Captain Jack gonna hit this level 3. Should put 2 points in Ice Blast. And while at level 6 that might have been a kill, we're still at level 3, even though sustain disadvantage here very, very evident. Or at least becoming that way as Duke starting to lose a lot of HP, and he's actually just going to be forced to try to CS as well as he can here. The Captain Jack now in the position to actually start zoning Duke off of his creep wave. And I think he's actually going to go ahead, head back to base, buy a second Doran's Ring and a lot of health potions. So we'll see what he guys... Actually a Crystalline Flask, so he is looking for a ton of sustain, but will it be enough? Sustain very, very important to have versus a Nunu. He's got a lot of mana sustain just based off of his Clairvoyant passive, and of course health off of Consume. Keeps in that lane actually forever. Literally forever, I guess, if you want to keep an eye on it that way. But for Captain Jack versus Duke, the Nunu matchup, very difficult to deal with if you don't have a lot of sustain. So I guess it does make a little bit more sense for Duke to go for this heavy sustain build off of consumables, but at the same time, you may want a little bit more ability power just to make shoving these waves a little bit easier. You can see right now just the Ice Blast spam continuing to hit in here. Lissandra just cannot keep up with Captain Jack, and while it may look even, it only looks that way until Captain Jack goes up and consumes a minion, something that he has been doing quite a lot of. He is a, so let's say a hungry hippo, but Nunu is not a hippo, he is an Ice Yeti. Of course, very large differences between hippos and Ice Yetis. I would imagine, of course. I'm not, I don't know, a biologist. I've been unaware. Nobody's briefed me on the etymology of hippos and yetis, so you can just see every time Captain Jack consumes a creep, it just becomes more and more evident. Consumables just aren't going to cut it. It's 2-1-1, the skill order. Skill build here for Duke. Captain Jack, I believe, has been prioritizing Consume and Ice Blast without putting points into Blood Boil. Both laners actually choosing to go for very high sustain builds, but I'm pretty sure Nunu's going to win out in the sustain battle. Even though there are continual potions running on Duke, he's just fallen behind not only in CS, but also in in damage. And, you know, I want to say that maybe he's going to go for a Fiendish Codex as his next item. It's not a bad item to buy it at all. It's just not an item you necessarily get the opportunity to buy in the 1v1 matchups just because you need maximum cost effectiveness from all of your Doran's rings. Have seen some players in AD carry versus AD carry matchups go for Vampiric Scepters as well, but of course it's just an ability power mage matchup here as Captain Jack starting to win this matchup out and sustain really hard. Of course now he's at level 6, and if the wait for further push towards Captain Jack's turret, he might actually have kill potential. You land an Ice Blast, walk all the way up, throw down your ultimate, but at the same time Duke does have counterplay to the Nunu ult by being able to use his own ultimate on his body, keep himself safe from that absolute 0 damage, and of course make it deal absolutely 0 damage there as well. But of course if you're using your ultimate defensively as Lissandra, I think you're probably still going to have a pretty bad time, so we'll keep an eye on things. And is he actually able to last hit those minions under turret? Oh, it looks like this is going to be a very difficult situation to find yourself in. CSing here under turret, not, oh my gosh, he missed every single one of those CS with the exception of only 1 or 2, so this is going to actually be a very difficult situation to come back out of. A teleport not quite up, but level 6 achieved, so it will be an ultimate available. Duke unfortunately will not necessarily have the ability to pick up a kill with his ultimate here, just based on the incredible sustain. We were talking about that as Nunu's primary advantage, and of course the way that he wins a lot of his 1v1s, not just off of the Ice Blast Harass, but off of having the Consume for sustain as well. And at this point you can see the Ice Shard spam from Duke's Lissandra, ineffective at harassing Captain Jack, ineffective at getting minion kills, already down about 13 CS, and of course, really the effectiveness of Nunu here just being shown every single time he walks up for an Ice Blast, consumes a minion. That's pretty good trades to be making. Now, Duke will be able to go back to base and probably pick up 2 Doran's rings, yeah, but look at the absolute 0. Just one-shots the minion wave, gets 110 gold for himself. Captain Jack's just going to go back to base himself and grab some juicy Doran's rings for his inventory. Of course, a barrier here on Captain Jack as well. I think that might have been defensive, mostly just to A, survive the early game, and well, B, you can also use it in the 1v1s just to make sure. And oh my god, he picked up a Negatron cloak, and that is absolutely devastating. He is going to walk back in lane, or teleport back into lane, almost immediately, and as soon as he buys, oh my god, he sells the Negatron cloak. He's like, well, I could get extra magic resistance, but what's more, what's more betterer than magic resistance? If I can destroy your grammar sensibilities here for a second. He's actually just going to pick up the 500 gold for the Null Magic Mantle, and 5 health potions too. So he's going to be able to permanently run these health potions here, and you can see immediately the aggression coming out of Duke. He wants to be able to go for these constant trades to keep all of this sustain from mattering quite as much, but I think Captain Jack is already so far ahead. Here's the all-in. There's a nice barrier here trying to bait out the majority of that damage. There's the Ignite coming down, and Duke might actually win this 1v1. He needs a couple more high auto attacks off the Ice Shard. And Duke with the all-in at 9 minutes in. Here's the all-in, and you can see he's actually not going to use any of his spells, waits for the barrier to time back out, and that's when you want to go for the Summoner Heal. But even if he had brought Summoner Heal, Captain Jack still wouldn't have been able to stay alive because he was ignited during that entire situation, had to consume under Ignite that cut the effectiveness of the Consume Heal, and Duke just biding his time, coming back with a big win over a Nunu. Duke winning out a matchup I would not have given him credit for, but incredible play, Duke. Your winner for game number 2 to tie the series versus Captain Jack. So coming in here to game number 3, which will be the next game coming your way, Captain Jack faces a difficult situation to be in. He tried for the somewhat abusive Nunu sustain, victory, but didn't actually pull it off very effectively versus Duke, who just picked his all-in timing absolutely perfectly, had those mechanics to be able to know exactly when to drop the Ignite to deny both the additional healing from His consume, his health potions, none of it worked under Ignite, and great job there by Duke to bring it back. Now, up until yesterday, we actually hadn't had any come from behind victories, but in this matchup, we actually have the possibility of seeing Captain Jack actually lose after being ahead one game. Duke coming back in game number 2, and yesterday, I believe it was, I'm trying to remember the exact matchup, but I think it was actually Pilot who came back from being down, or was it Arrow? Yeah, I want to say it was Arrow who's split matches versus Watch, but I think Arrow actually won the first one, lost the second one, so I'm going to give that to Pilot, who, while he did not win his group, was still able to take a 2-1 victory over Goong. And honestly, Goong was one of the players that I actually predicted to make it out of groups into the playoffs, but unfortunately did not make it out. Of course, tonight the 1-1 situation sets up the same situation that we did have yesterday. Comeback potential for Duke. Is it real? Is it not? I would actually give the advantage probably to Captain Jack, just because the AD carries tend to be better overall at the 1v1s, and keep in mind that it was actually Duke who, or Captain Jack who forewent the option to pick things like Sivir, like Graves, and I think Sivir actually would have done pretty well in the versus Lysandre matchup. So I think we're actually going to go ahead and head into our third match in this best of 3 series. Should be coming your way here in just a minute as we put that game up on your screen. Just gonna finish getting the players through the lobby and back out on your screen. Game number 3. The biggest thing about this matchup is not only does it define whether or not Captain Jack or Duke will make it to the next round, but it'll actually be the I think the first I want to say the first Jin Air Green Wings player to take a final match. Actually, no, I take that back. Trace was able to do it yesterday. So we have currently 1 player from KT Rolster, 1 player from SKT, 1 player from NaJin, and 1 player from the Jin Air Green Wings. So Captain Jack playing off against Duke. If Captain Jack wins this matchup, he has the opportunity, the chance, to face off against his fellow teammate XD, should he win his matchup versus IM's TuSin later on. So we're going to take a quick little break and then get into our third matchup of the night. And we're back. So welcome back to game number 3. Here at the Solo King, 1-1. The score between Captain Jack and Duke. Getting back into our champion picks and bans, and of course the last game in the best of 3, should it make it to game number 3, is actually a blind pick. And strangely enough, we're actually going to go back to a mirror match of game number 1. I guess that's not technically a mirror match. Mirror match would be, the exact same champion. But it's going to be a repeat of game number 1, Kalista versus Azir. And I know Duke, when he loads into this game, is going to be like, well, crap. I lost this matchup once already. But, of course, playing very intelligently in his game 2 match netted him the victory, the comeback here versus Captain Jack. We'll see if he can do it again. This time, kind of redeeming himself for his game 1 loss versus Captain Jack's Kalista. Kalista, no ultimate, no 2v2 amplified damage, but not necessary apparently. Or at least you wouldn't think so after having watched game number 2. Now, keep in mind the Sentinel ability is not actually ever going to be skilled up. Maybe you have to put 1 point into it, but let's go ahead and get into game number 3 and find out who advances.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 tournament here on Azubu TV, featuring all of your favorite teams and players from the Season of Champions. My name is Reed Rapid Melt, and we're going to get into our third game in the best of 3. Of course, having to go back to base here, I'm not sure exactly why. You're not going to be able to change anything else, but probably just going to sit in base, do a little dance, make a little love, get down to his last 25 gold, and stay in base, wait for a 4th potion, and then decide to walk back into lane a little bit afterwards. Now, we didn't actually get a chance to take a look at the runes, but you can see by the lack of the total biscuits of rejuvenation, this should be a 21-9-0 mastery setup here, with 15 ability power from his runes, and then additional ability power from his glyphs, because he doesn't have to worry about building magic resistance there. So a lot of AP to start things off here, and instead of going with the Doran's shield, blade, or ring for either champion, it's actually just going to be a flask start for both. And honestly, I don't disagree with these starts for either player. The mana potions probably making the biggest difference here. I believe that is 3 health potions and a mana potion for Duke. Captain Jack going with just all health potions, not really using all that much mana. Actually missed the execute on that minion, so he'll pick up his first CS after missing his other CS. So at this point in time, we get to see a rematch of game number 1, and in case you guys are either just now tuning in or missed that game 1 matchup, or even the Azir versus AD carry matchup just in general that we got a chance to see yesterday, it's primarily, can The AD carries shove Azir into his turret quickly enough before he actually starts taking damage, and then keep shoving the turret in, or the wave into his turret, get that CS advantage, and then really just never let go afterwards. And for Captain Jack, as far as Kalista is concerned, Kalista doesn't necessarily have an area of effect ability to shove the wave like you'd expect to see from things like Sivir, Graves, Lucian. You get the idea. Caitlyn, another big proponent of that, but walking forward here, not sure exactly what Captain Jack's positioning is trying to do here. Just, I guess, zone Duke off the minion wave and then attempt to get level 3 first. So he'll get to level 3 and he'll put his second point into Rend and or into Pierce rather. 2 points in Pierce, 1 into Rend, and now we get a chance to see what the second point goes into here for Duke, or what the third point goes into. Putting 2 points in, I'm gonna guess it would be in Arise, but I actually not want to put points into Arise just because it's not gonna be about how many Sand Soldiers you can spawn. It's gonna be about how many times you can actually use your Sand Soldiers to get auto attacks off. So not actually seeing all that big of a difference between both champions as far as the ability to push the wave, but there is almost a 1 wave difference between them in CS, and of course that is what's going to matter the most here. Jack actually walking into a Sand Soldier and kind of confused as to that particular pathing, but for at least the time being, Duke has the wave in an actually pretty decent spot. He's going to be denying CS here from Captain Jack. He'll miss the initial dash there, being able to use that because those Conquering Sands. But for Conquering Sands, that is the big ability. If you can spawn 1, 2, 3 Sand Soldiers, then use Conquering Sands to reposition all of them and get off maybe 2 to 3 Sand Soldiers worth of auto attacks. That is so much damage, specifically for AD carries who pride themselves in their sustained damage. Sometimes that is just not actually all that much. Captain Jack, whoa, going down very, very low. Does not have flash, keep in mind. Just relying on that martial poise to be able to, keep dashing forward and backwards and dodging out of these Sand Soldiers' range. But it is Ignite for Captain Jack and a barrier here for Azir. I want to say if maybe Duke had been more aggressive and gone with an Ignite, he might have been able to pick up a kill there if he had gone, something crazy like Flash Ignite. But of course, if you go Flash Ignite, it just tells your opponent play super safe and you win. As long as you're able to, avoid those Flash Ignite all-ins. So, at least for right now, Captain Jack doing a good job in the early game, but now it's actually evened up as far as CS is concerned. 32 to 33 here, and actually a small advantage here for Duke in CS. Duke just really trying hard after game number 1. Lost it to kind of a silly mistake, walking back into Rend range and just really underestimate, or being unfamiliar of exactly how to play that matchup. It's like a 2v1 lane where the support roams, except it lasts forever, and probably not a situation you'd want to be in, even in a 5v5 lane. Now what Captain Jack did there is he backed far enough off to his turret so that the Sand Soldier would be forced to come underneath the turret. When shifting sands, or Conquering Sands rather, moved it underneath there, and that way the Sand Soldier would expire more quickly. And, it would force out a little bit of extra mana. So, some playful banter in chat between both of the players. I'm not sure exactly what that said, but keep an eye on Jack, as, he's actually dropping down fairly low in HP. And keep in mind, he came into lane with 4 HP pots, whereas Azir only had 3. So, Duke with less sustain overall. Whoa, Captain Jack gonna be forced back to base. And, the biggest problem here is that Jack is gonna miss all the CS. He can't go back to base right now. There's no way he can go back to base. If he goes back to base, he's going to lose way too much CS. So he will actually stay in lane, CS that entire wave, and, well, now it's just going to be Duke saying, all right, man, you want to stay in lane? I'm going to stay in lane with you. Jack needs to find an opportunity to go back, but as soon as he does, Duke is just going to shove the wave into his turret, start getting a very, very large CS advantage. Now, interestingly enough, Duke does not actually opt to shove the wave into turret. It's going to pick up nothing but consumables, Doran's rings, and of course refilling his crystal. This represents I guess I want to say one of the last times back from base. First, give us a brief second while we recover from a little bit of lag, but back in on it. Triple Doran's build for both players. Of course, Captain Jack can actually get rid of his spear. I think you can sell that to the shop. But of course, do bear with us as we go through a little bit of lag issue. The biggest problem is that if you can't sell that spear, I'm not exactly sure how that works, because usually you don't play the solo lane Callista. Can you actually sell that spear? That's the big question, because if he has to just live with 5 item slots versus the 6 that Azir has, that could actually be a fairly difficult problem to deal with. Of course, dealing with this lag, it means that we get to watch Captain Jack mid auto attack, but let me actually try to get everything back to where it's supposed to be. Does appear as if we are there, so congratulations. At least, hopefully we're going to be there. Trying to get things back to live, and hopefully they can stay there, but Captain Jack continuing to push the lane up and onto Duke. Now, Duke has some crazy all-in potential if he's able to, I guess the word is insect, but to get back in onto Captain Jack, pulls it forward. The Emperor's Divide pushes him back, and with no flash to be able to counter that, the Ignite not enough for the all-in. It's actually Duke that is able to bring things back from a game 1 deficit, and not even, using all of his sustain. This is the second game in a row where he was down before he went back to base, came back in the lane, and just walked up and killed his lane opponent here. Captain Jack is going to have to take a little bit of a breather, and of course he will be out of the Solo King tournament. Gonna have to be a Solo Prince or something along those lines. I guess he'll settle for being a captain. And at this point, it's just going to be Captain Jack going down, and of course us taking a brief break to go ahead and hit a quick refresh here. So give me one quick moment, and we'll be right back with hopefully a. I don't think we are doing an interview. We're just gonna actually take a break, and then we'll be moving on to our second best of 3s. So give us a brief moment to check things out, and we'll be right back.
Don't settle for 4G LTE coverage that's smaller or less reliable, when only one network is America's largest and most reliable 4G LTE network. Verizon. With XLTE, our 4G LTE bandwidth has doubled in over 400 cities. And now,
우릴 담는 슬픔과 깊은 어둠. 적의 업체계를 파괴했습니다.
Email your clips to top5lolfails@gmail.com. Email your clips to top5lolfails@gmail.com.
Hello and welcome back to the Solo King, a 1v1 tournament here on Azubu TV, featuring your favorite players and teams, of course, from this season of Champions. We just got done with our first best of 3 of the night. In case you guys are interested in those matchups and those results, I'm not going to spoil them for you here. You can head on over to azubu.tv to find out more information, or of course lol.esportspedia.com and search for the Solo King. We're in to find out our second Solo King of the night, as TuSin from Incredible Miracle faces off against XD. Now, XD may be the face that he makes at the end of this best of 3, but of course, Jin Air Green Wings have seen a lot of success in their 5v5s as far as, you know, their competition in Champions this season, but in the 1v1 matchup, we'll see how they fare. Already one member of the Jin Air Green Wings has advanced. I believe it was Trace from yesterday's matchup after Pilot failed to be able to win his series over Pure. Lost that 1-2, but now, you know, the second opportunity for a Jin Air Green Wings member to make it to the playoffs out of the group stage. Of course, you will have to win this matchup versus TuSin and then face off against, well, the player that won the first best of 3, which I told you I wasn't going to spoil. We've already seen one Nunu lose their all-in, the matchup between Captain Jack and I believe it was Duke that he was playing that against just a few minutes ago. This time around, and this is one of the pickups that I actually was really looking forward to being so strong. Versus the Nunu pickup was Sivir. Sivir can farm the wave at range, so able to put some distance between herself and Nunu, and while she still will be taking a lot of harass from Ice Blast, getting the mana back from being able to spell shield those is actually going to give Sivir a lot more sustain in lane and the ability to spam out all of her spells on the wave, which should actually be a better means of wave clear than Nunu has. Nunu, of course, without actually a lot of wave clear other than just walking up and playing whack-a-mole with minions. Of course, here you can see on your screen the stats for both players. Maybe not necessarily completely indicative of what they will perform as in, of course, the Solo King, but interesting to see that Shaco icon there. I'm fairly certain that XD has never played Shaco, to my knowledge. I mean, confession time, everybody has that one Shaco game in their match history, but as far as competitive play goes, should just be you know, support champions for both players. Favoring that Braum though for XD, probably a champion that you won't see in the Solo King series. Of course, I have to say that you won't see any more because we've already seen one Braum game. It was incredibly let's just say, how else should I describe that matchup? They were having a lot of fun. I think it was Braum versus Alistar, the matchup that I don't think you should expect to see ever again, at least as long as everybody's playing super seriously. Before we get into the game, of course, the KDA is only 0.1 difference. Probably doesn't actually mean anything. And of course, all these stats are pulled from their 5v5 competitions and champions, not from any other 1v1 tournament experience, which I don't believe they necessarily have a lot of experience with. But that's going to do it for our stats. As far as runes and masteries go, I don't think we'll actually get a chance to check those out before the game. We'll have to wait for games number 2 and possibly 3. Of course, if we do get to game 3 in this best of 3, then it will be a blind pick matchup, so a lot of excitement left there to behold. And of course, a lot of excitement as we see XD face off against TuSin here. I am one of the only teams yet to have a player in the playoffs, so see if any of their members, either from their champions team or from I Am Athena, their female team competing in the LoL Ladies League, will be able to advance. Let's go ahead and get into game number 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and I want to thank everybody for joining me tonight for some of the finest Korean 1v1 action this side of, well, basically anything else. I think this is, to my knowledge, the first professional 1v1 tournament being held featuring all of your favorite teams and players from Champions this season, and of course broadcasts you here on Azubu TV. So let's go ahead and get things underway with game number 1. Here in our second best of 3 series, it'll be TuSin and Team Incredible Miracle facing off against XD. And I'm trying to say XD with the most serious voice that I possibly can, but every time you wake up in the morning and you walk down that dark alleyway and you really don't want to face anything scary, and out of the voices, out of the shadows, you hear XD. Yeah, see, it's not really a name that inspires a ton of fear, but if you win as a player named XD, then you kind of just, like, I don't know, the bragging rights are just astronomical, because you have to say that you got beat by a guy named XD, which is probably the face that he would make if he actually wins. So let's go ahead and get into the game. We should actually have some predictions coming up on our screen here in just a second, with votes from Inven based on who is favored to win this matchup. I'd give it to XD, but I actually talked to a couple of other OGN pundits, and they actually thought that it would be a little bit more in TuSin's favor. Now, keep in mind we have yet to see a player from either Incredible Miracle team, both their Athena female roster or their Champions roster, and just look at this Ice Blast spam. It's going to be difficult for XD to even make it past this early game. Now, he did start off with a lot of sustain from going with health potions, mana potions, and a crystalline flask. And level 2, you can see immediately not going with a boomerang blade, just gonna go ahead, keep that spam alive, and get a little bit of extra mana back from spell shielding those ice blasts coming in. Now TuSin is actually going to tank up a lot of damage here from this creep wave. And XD actually is in a little bit of a rough spot. He cannot get that ice, or the spell shield back up in time to spell shield all of these ice blasts. TuSin will give him a little bit of mana back, but it's actually TuSin now that's in a little bit of trouble in the mana department. Finally hitting level 3, you can see that Boomerang Blade will get skilled up, and XD getting a little bit low as far as the HP department is concerned, but should still have the ability to push in here and keep TuSin underneath his turret. And TuSin actually with a small CS advantage now does have Ignite as a summoner spell, so if at any point XD gets too low in HP, XD's HP will go down to 0 off of burning down 2 Ignite. XD putting out a lot of pain here, should actually be forced back to base, if not on this wave, off of the next one, but keeping up this pressure, not allowing TuSin the opportunity to sustain his way back up. Oh, he actually got hit by both sides of that Boomerang Blade. Means it is actually TuSin that's forced to go back to base initially, and I think he'll actually be forced to grab only a Doran's Ring here. Yeah, it's going to be Doran's Ring and some additional sustain off of health potions and mana potions, but XD is actually going to be able to shove a wave into turret, head back to base himself after denying a couple of CS here. TuSin will be down, I think, 1 CS off of this. So yeah, he actually forced to put a skill point into Blood Boil, which we actually haven't seen a lot of Nunus do. Traditionally, as Nunu in a melee versus ranged matchup, you're not really going to be auto-attacking all that much. So we'll have to see if he actually is going to be able to use that Blood Boil to be able to shove the wave maybe a little bit more quickly. It's a Doran's Blade and consumables buy here for XD, and wow, TuSin getting a lot of extra damage there off of those auto attacks. XD dropped down below half HP, and of course will not be able to spell shield the majority of this. One more auto attack's gonna be able to win this matchup, but waiting just a little bit. It's the Ice Blast from TuSin taking out XD. The spell shield seemed like a good idea, but XD just walking way too far away from the turret, continues to walk forward, and there's the Ignite being dropped down again. You can see Barrier coming out here, but wise job by TuSin to just wait it out, throw out the Ice Blast, and just enough ability power to pick up first blood, the only blood. The batters TuSin with a win here over XD. That's going to do it for our first game in this best of 3. Of course, it will be TuSin taking that matchup. And like I said, I would have actually given the advantage as far as player versus player to XD. But as far as TuSin's concerned, you know, 1 game up is a great place to start. However, it does not guarantee your victory. It's best of 3 for a reason. And with 1 more win, TuSin will secure his spot in the finals, face off against the winner of our first best of 3. And of course, I'm not going to spoil that matchup. If you want to find out more information on the Solo King, or just want to know how the brackets are stacking up, head on over to Azubu TV. Of course, also lol.esportspedia.com for more information on all of your League of Legends needs, including the Solo King. So excited to see the tournament get underway. We're, I believe, about halfway through our bracket stage. Once we get through here bracket B, then we'll be checking that out. But of course, we have to finish the brackets here in Group B1. Of course, here XD facing off against TuSin. Picks and bans for game number 2 coming your way. Swapping sides here, it's going to be XD on the left-hand side. He'll get first pick, first ban, but of course that will make him vulnerable to a counter pick. And TuSin won off of the counter pick, which is actually pretty impressive. The ability to first pick your champion ensures that you get any champion that is OP and forces maybe a little bit of ban pressure versus the player that's picking second, but it also means that you get counterpicked. And well, the Silver counterpick did not work versus Nunu. His Ice Blast harass just proved to be a little bit too much to deal with. And now that we get into game number 2, are we going to see an AD carry-centric way of playing this game? Now, these are both support players, so maybe with that, not a lot of experience on some of the more 1v1 centric champions, but both of them should be able to play AD carry at a decent level. Of course, there's still Challenger, Korea solo queue players, and of course, They have a lot of professional experience on their under their belts on Team IM, and Jin Air Green Wings, of course, respectively. What is the pick here for XD? Caitlyn was the last ban, but champion picks like Lucian still available. But one of the things that we've actually seen from a lot of players is that they tend to play champions that are within their individual champion pool, not just champions that are strong overall in a 1v1, like Nunu, like Caitlyn, maybe an example there too. Although I'm pretty sure if, regardless of your role, if Caitlyn's left available and you don't pick it, then something funny's going on. And speaking of funny, I think this is actually going to be a Vel'Koz pick. We got 3, 2, 1, and it's locked in for XD. It's a Vel'Koz, and Vel'Koz 1v1. Let's think about that for a second. Of course, it does depend on what he's facing up against. All those AD carries still available, with the exception of Caitlyn. Lucian would be a very, very good pickup here. You could use Relentless Pursuit to really avoid most of the spells that Vel'Koz has to cast, and we've already seen a lot of great success from Lucian yesterday in Group A2 of the Solo King. So it's going to be exciting to see if Vel'Koz may be the new hotness as far as 1v1 champions are concerned. Is Lee Sin old and busted, or is it the pick that TuSin is going to want here? Of course, keep in mind, game point for TuSin. If he wins this matchup, then he will advance to face the winner of our first best of 3 of the night. Wait, what? It's a Veigar locked in for TuSin, and Veigar is traditionally thought of as a very late game oriented carry. You want to farm up your Q, get all that bonus ability power. In the 1v1 matchup, of course, Veigar has 0 sustain as far as HP is concerned, but might actually be able to make up a lot of ground off of his passive. It's like a mini Chalice of Harmony, and Chalice was actually nerfed, so it doesn't have the same effect as Veigar's passive, which is overall actually a lot stronger. Let's go ahead and check out the runes and masteries for both players here for TuSin. Playing Vel'Koz, actually going with flat HP, some magic penetration, and of course flat AP as well. Pretty standard 2190 page, not putting in the 3 points in utility for the mana regen. And putting all 4 points in cooldown reduction there to start things out, so fairly standard pages there for TuSin. Moving on over to XD, you're going to check out his runes, and you can see the armor, magic penetration, ability power, and magic resistance, so mix in a little bit of everything. This is the rune page I was actually talking about possibly seeing for TuSin, but XD just going with 2163, so you can get the extra sustain from the defense tree and extra mana regen from utility, and putting everything where it's supposed to go. 1 point into spell weaving. No blade weaving there, as he did put the extra point into sorcerers so that he gets a little bit more ability power. But keep in mind, I don't know actually about putting points into that percentage increase to either AD or AP if you're talking about Warlord as well, just because you're not going to ever really have all that much attack damage anyway. So those spells can actually or those mastery points can be traps when there are better things to put your mastery points into. So definitely something to keep an eye on. But let's go ahead and get into our second game, this best of 3 series. It's TuSin versus XD.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 tournament here, featuring all of your favorite champions, players, and teams from this season of Champions, of course, broadcast on Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and we're getting into our second game in this best-of-3 series between XD and TuSin.
생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
And of course, as expected, you can see Jin Air's XD with a slight buff to his vote total, 61% versus 39, and that can be expected. And while it's not the greatest differential as far as the votes are concerned, it also might be influenced by both of these teams' performance in the most recent season of Champions, where of course XD are currently not XD, but Jin Air rather is currently sitting, I believe, at the second spot, right below the GE Tigers. And of course, Incredible Miracle, middle of the pack at 3-3 this season. Jin Air Green Wings at 4-2, I believe. And of course, a lot of Green Wings' success has been off of their 400 MVP point mid laner ganked by Mom, or GBM. Has had a lot of success this season too. And of course, XD has contributed to that. Same situation for TuSin, who has contributed to his team's 3-3 score. But we actually have a really interesting matchup here. Veigar versus Vel'Koz. Now, Vel'Koz traditionally builds a lot of magic penetration early, so that's not going to aid Veigar's ultimate in dealing extra damage, but we'll have to see if TuSin uses the Veigar's passive as a way of sustaining himself up in lane. I actually hadn't thought about that. Veigar, one of the older champions to be played here in the Solo King, still has some somewhat archaically high mana costs to his build, so it's gonna actually make things a little bit more or less cost effective here. And whoa, TuSin actually able to pop his passive. Now, in case you guys are unfamiliar with Veigar or haven't played him in a while, passive I'm referring to his Equilibrium. So for TuSin, what that actually does is it allows him to gain mana back 1% for each 1% of his missing mana as well. So increases his mana regen that way. So actually really excited to see whether or not that does give him enough sustain to stay here in lane, using the minions there to block Vel'Koz's Q. And of course, TuSin stacking up his Baleful Strike, but will it be enough? Whoa, a lot of damage out there. TuSin actually almost dead. And keep in mind, look at the summoner spells, which are really going to define this fight. We've got Ignite for TuSin, who's going to be looking to play this lane very aggressively, versus XD, who went with Cleanse. Now, Cleanse, though, a good way to get out of an event horizon, but at the same time, you know, it's not going to be aggressive, not going to be necessarily defensive. It's not going to block out any damage like Summoner Heal and Barrier would. And whoa, look at TuSin able to get a lot of extra damage. Even procs his Matter Deconstruction passive onto TuSin. So for Vel'Koz, it really comes down to not necessarily his individual spells dealing damage, but how effectively can you use how effectively can you use his passive? Organic Deconstruction means that when you hit somebody with 3 spells, most of his spells, of course, having multiple parts to it, you can actually get true damage dealt to them, which is, of course, very difficult to deal with, unless you just stack up a bunch of HP and then it becomes a little bit less effective. But TuSin actually spending a decent amount of time using his Qs on minions. Maybe you need to, call him QSin. And while his Qs may not deal as much damage as you'd expect from those baleful strikes, they're still actually relatively effective. And of course, getting free stats are free. Good to have regardless of whatever time you find yourself out. Now, TuSin is out of mana. He'll be getting a little bit of extra gold back from that cannon minion, but won't actually have a whole lot of extra mana regen here. He'll get a lot of it from his passive, but no consumables left in his inventory. Trying to CS at his turret. Gonna be a little bit of a struggle. Oh my gosh. 1 Q to land there underneath turret, but of course XD does not have any mana. Keeping that pressure on, but TuSin forced back to base, and XD now has his turn to shove this wave in. But But with no mana, that's actually going to be a little bit difficult to do. And so you can see, instead of actually going for minion kills right now without very much mana, XD is going to go back to base and should be able to pick up a couple of Doran's rings for himself. That's what TuSin is going to return to lane with. Will we see 2? Yep, it is 2 Doran's rings there for XD. He'll wait for the mana to regen just a little bit, and not sure what that animation was. He's filling up his crystalline flask, health potions, mana potions, and of course a couple of Doran's rings. Trinket ward placed in the lane. Not sure that that should result in almost any. Whoa! 3 stacks there of that organic deconstruction being hit onto TuSin. Doing a decent job about avoiding that plasma fission, although he gets hit by Void Rift all the time. Of course, the other Vel'Koz spell being Tectonic Disruption. Nice job avoiding all of those spells, and XD actually taking a lot here. Now level 6 hit, and TuSin just walks up and one-shots him. That is not the damage he was expecting. Burst was primordial. Now we're going to see this 1v1 all in once again. He dodges that Tectonic Disruption, which keeps Jin Air, the support player XD, locked in. There's the primordial burst. Just another Q to come in here, and TuSin, very, I don't want to say effortless, but put in enough work to get himself his 2nd win in a row. TuSin representing IM, and he will advance through the Solo King brackets to face off against against Duke rather. He's able to take down Captain Jack a little bit earlier. We'll get a chance to see that matchup coming up on your screen here in just a minute. But in the meantime, of course, you're going to see me in all 3 of my forms. I get to talk to myself and I get to look super fabulous while I do it. And I'd also like to point out, I picked out all of those ties too. So if you want fashion advice, then this is definitely the place to come for. But if you're here for some 1v1 League of Legends, the Solo King is the place to be. And I do want to appreciate everybody for coming out, tuning in. We'll be taking a quick break in between series as we finished off both of our semifinal matchups here in the opening part of Group B1. So we'll be taking a quick break, I believe, and then we'll get on to our finals for the initial bracket, which will feature Duke versus TuSin. TuSin took a very commanding victory here over XD, and of course keep in mind that the Inven poll was actually 60-40 against TuSin. So it'll be exciting to watch, and of course Captain Jack versus Duke was actually a pretty decent series as well. Duke making the comeback off of being able to defeat a Nunu as Lissandra. That was the biggest, most impressive play that he was actually making earlier on. So it'll be exciting to see him play versus TuSin, who will advance over XD. And of course, TuSin, I believe the first IM player to make it to the finals of his group stage bracket. So nice to see IM advancing a little bit further in the lineup. Of course, that means that both Jin Air Green Wings players, unfortunately, not able to make it to the finals of Group B1 tonight. Of course, we'll be seeing Chaser and Chei play a little bit later on. Chei facing off against Shai in his bracket, so that'll be a kind of an uphill battle. Chaser facing off against Score as well, so Score, a lot of hype behind him, but should be one of our more even matchups here tonight. So it'll be exciting to see those. Of course, finals of this Group B1 will be coming up here in just a minute. It'll be Duke versus TuSin. Of course, in the meantime, of course, don't hesitate to go over to Azubu TV to find out more information about the Solo King, which teams, which players are playing when and where, and come back. Watch whenever you feel so inclined. So we're going to actually take a quick break before we get into our finals. Group B1, it'll be TuSin versus Duke. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. Our finals for the first half of Group B1. Coming your way between TuSin and Duke to decide which player will make it to the playoff bracket. For the Solo King, IM versus NaJin EM Fire, being represented here, of course, by their players TuSin and Duke. And, you know, after Duke seeing the success that Captain Jack had with Callista, he's bringing it back. Callista versus Karma now. And of course, TuSin first picked Karma, and then into the Karma, Duke picked a Callista. Callista able to farm very effectively with those Ren stacks and being able to pop those for easy last hitting. And of course, Pierce to transfer those stacks can be a ton of burst damage and harass that TuSin's Karma may not be expecting. Of course, Karma has a renewable shield, the ability to empower all of her abilities with Mantra to gain extra effects, and more importantly, just a very balanced overall kit. And of course, if you empower your tether, and of course I'll have to do a quick refresher on all of Karma's moves, you actually get a lot of HP back, 20% at the beginning and 20 at the end of your missing health. So that's actually a pretty big deal when it comes to gaining health back. So we'll keep an eye on TuSin versus Duke, because they will be going into game here in just a minute. It's Callista versus Karma. Now, I would give Karma ordinarily the advantage in this 1v1, but to be fair, neither player actually has technically an ultimate, while they both do. Karma gets hers for free as kind of a fourth spell, whereas Callista unable to use hers at all. This is a 1v1 tournament, so not able to use the Banshee passive, not able to use her ultimate, but still a very strong champion nonetheless, even without two of her skills. Of course, Marshall poised her passive. That cadence going to be very effective at just moving around the battlefield and continuing to stack up enough spear stacks. Let's go ahead and get into our first game of this best 3. It's TuSin taking on Duke.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite champions, players, and teams. Here on Azubu TV, TuSin versus Duke, the finals for the first half of Group B1 coming your way between Karma and a Callista. And while traditionally we haven't actually seen all that much Callista, she's been very popular today. First day that we've actually seen Callista featured in the Solo King, and you traditionally expect Callista not to be a very strong champion just because she only has 2 abilities that she can actually use, her ultimate and her Banshee passive not actually being useful at all. And of course, Karma, a very effective champion, not only being able to empower all of her abilities, but getting her ultimate even from level 1. Double the number of spells to be used versus half of that for Duke. But still, Callista, a very, very strong champion. And traditionally, AD carries function very well in 1v1 matchups versus spellcasters, just due to their abilities to, you know, shove the wave incredibly quickly and run their opponents out of mana. But especially after the first back and recall back into lane, you can mitigate those mana issues very, very effectively. And if you're able to maybe stack up an extra Doran's item over your opponent, then things can go very far in your favor. So here to keep an eye on things, you just see a Mantra Inner Flame that turns into a Soul Flare, I believe is the empowered name of it. And keep in mind, whenever Karma actually mantras one of her spells, it changes names. So that means we have twice the number of names to learn. I'll be doing my best to get all of those names correct. So primary damage spell that TuSin's going to be using is called Inner Flame. Shoots out that projectile, but when you empower it, it becomes Soul Flare. See, that was an Inner Flame. It's going to be Soul Flare when you empower it. And we'll try to get all those names correct. But, okay, Shield, you saw used there was Inspire. And when you mantra that, which you should never see, turns into Defiance, which just means that it happens in an area of effect. Now, there's actually the mantra on the Soul Fire, or on the Inner Flame, that turns it into a Soul Flare. Gotta get my skill names right. That's gonna be the challenge here. Have twice the right number of names for the spells, so we'll keep an eye on that. That's that Inner Flame there. You see what I did, guys? Inner Flame. Got it right. But thrown out, missing actually a couple of times here. TuSin actually down a level now. He's gonna be 1 creep away from turning level 3, but he's gonna have to CS that creep underneath his turret. And I think he actually might have missed a lot of CS here. He'll lose the cannon creep and be able to pick up only 1 of those other 3. So down 6 CS, an entire wave of minions. He is missed here at the 3.5 minute mark. Of course, if you just straight up kill the guy, then I guess that's one way to win. But at the same time, probably not going to be in there. Now, why on earth is the Vayne Spectator all the way up in lane? I don't think that should actually be there. Probably not a good idea to have in there. But at the same time, you definitely want to keep an eye on Callista, unable to use her passive from Banshee or her ultimate. Still strong nonetheless, mostly just because you can use your Ren to CS minions very easily. 10 CS advantage already. Look at that tether though. Was mantraed actually, so did it give Karma a lot of HP back, but was it enough? Oh my god, could actually see the kill now. Why are we watching the Vayne back in base? We need to be watching the action in the middle of the lane. Apologies for getting a little bit excited there. TuSin walking forward. Ward placed up and a lot of creeps getting aggro there. TuSin should still be safe in lane. He tries to go stop Duke from backing here. He might actually die. Nope, unable to, well, die or stop him from going back. TP here to the cannon minion. Will delay it for about a minute, but at the same time, denies the cannon creep from going down, and of course gets him back into lane. Doing a nice job at avoiding those inner flames. Comes back into lane with a longsword, and that means that we're either going for Crash. Unfortunately, I think that means we're going to take a quick break to get back into the game, so stick around. We'll try to get back, load up the game when we come back. If we're able to, we'll show you the remainder of this 1v1, so stick around, we'll be right back. Alright, looks like we have a quick update on the situation. Let me just give you guys some information from our admins. It looks like they're actually going to restart the game. The match apparently messed up a little bit, and so we're going to find out more information about that, but we will have a restart to this game. And of course, it was, the first in our finals, so I wouldn't say that either player had necessarily a complete advantage, but we are going to have to actually restart things. So give us a little bit of time to get everything set up and good to go for a restart on this game. And once we get everything started and back up and underway, we'll be back with our first game of the finals here between TuSin and Duke. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 tournament here broadcast on Azubu TV, featuring your favorite players from the Season of Champions. And of course, TuSin versus Duke, both advancing over their previous matchups here to the finals. TuSin taking a victory over, I believe it was, let me check this out, XD. Yep, and Captain Jack falling to Duke to advance here to the finals of the first half of Group B1. Of course, my name is Rapid, and I hope you guys are in the right place, enjoying yourselves some fabulous League of Legends. You can see the spectators on the fountain just in the game so that we can make sure to check out exactly who's doing what and where everybody is. A couple of things to note here is we did have to restart the game. Is that spectators should be sticking to the fountains and not actually wandering out into the lanes themselves, just to make sure that nobody leeches XP and that everything is, you know, exactly the way that it should be. This is a Callista versus Karma matchup, and the biggest challenge in this matchup is for me to remember all of Karma's spell names. She's kind of like, you know, Nidalee or Jason, that when she mantras her abilities, they actually change their names. So I'm probably just going to call them QWE, and of course the R for the mantra, but keep an eye on things as we get into game number 1 of this best of 3 series to determine which player will not only be the Solo King in this particular 1v1, but which player will advance to the next round. Now, sticking around for an extra potion there is actually an extra biscuit. Means a lot more health and mana regeneration coming his way. So TuSin maybe a little bit late to lane. It actually shouldn't be in all that difficult a situation now. Not really utilizing your first mantra all that effectively, and of course, missing a couple of soul fires means that you're definitely going to have to keep an eye on exactly how things are going. As far as the creep score early on, now initially it was TuSin who actually dropped it down about 14 CS early, but then was able to come back and even up things just a little bit. TuSin really playing this matchup a little bit incorrectly. He's going to miss all 3 of those CS at turret. It is now 6 CS. That's an entire wave of CS down before even the 3-minute mark hits. So shielding a minion there, you can see TuSin actually might have been trying to deny CS a little bit, but I don't think that's a very effective strategy. Now there we go. That is an effective strategy. If you hit your opponent with a skill that does damage, you're gonna win the all-in. Oh, actually, a big amount of damage there for both players. The Mantra Soul Fire, Soul Flame coming in there from TuSin, only hitting one part of the activation, and you can see TuSin trying to keep the wave frozen right outside his turret range. Is actually doing a decent job of that, but continue to push things in. Duke gets closer and closer to continuing to deny the CS to turret. A 10 CS difference here at the 3.5-minute mark is a pretty big deal, and so TuSin is either going to have to start tanking up these creeps early on, which is honestly a fairly big deal. Nice shield there will block out a lot of the Pierce damage, but that Ren damage still sticks in there even after Pierce is done throwing the spears. Pierce's Spears is doing a lot of damage so far. I think it should be Spears R, but you get the idea. Interflame primarily the harass tool, but TuSin actually has a lot of damage just off of that tether. You can see tether going on and not lashing there at the end, but TuSin already completely out of mana, and with no additional way to gain mana outside of consumables, TuSin is going to have to watch out for spamming these spells maybe a little bit too quickly. Need to get those Doran's rings bought, and it's going to be a difference between when you can recall, whether you can recall with 1 Doran's item or 2, because at this point, I think TuSin actually only has the gold for 1, whereas it might be just in between the gold for 1 to 2 Doran's items for Duke. So if he's able to stay in lane and get an earlier, or get a later back timing to pick up an extra Doran's item, that actually could be a big deal. And normally you wouldn't see such a discrepancy, but there's actually a 10 CS difference right now, which actually can mean the difference between, you know, harassing your opponent out of lane and then getting a chance to go back to buy yourself and getting a lot of those early item stats. So shoving the wave into turret means that Duke is going to look for a back timing right now, and I don't think TuSin's actually going to let him recall back to base, but or at least right now, both mid laners out of sustain, so they'll have to head back to base relatively soon. Poke damage has been almost even between both of them, at least so far. We find ourselves at 5.5 minutes with both mid laners at comparable HP. It's around 400 to 500, of course slightly higher there for TuSin. I really just want to see a mantra focused resolve turns it into a renewal spell that gives you 20% of your missing ability of your missing health early, and of course 20% at the end. Like we talked about earlier, it is actually Duke with the earlier recall, so he'll be able to buy at least 2 Doran's blades and of course probably some potions. Yep, there it is, 5 health potions and 2 mana. Gonna be coming in here, and of course we'll see how effective this last thing is under turret. One more auto attack, and yeah, there it is, able to get the cannon creep underneath that turret. TuSin heads back for an extra Doran's item, and this is actually huge. A slightly later recall timing means that TuSin is going to teleport back into lane an entire Doran's ring up on Duke, and that means that, you know, barring some crazy amount of Ren stacks going down on a TuSin, Duke should still have the advantage here. Waiting for that shield to expire. Of course, Ren stacks will expire at the same time, so continue to throw those pierces out. Pierce, Ren, and that's the damage combo. For Duke, the only 2 skills that will actually matter, ultimate, and probably shouldn't even be skilled at all. Neither player, of course, needs to worry about jungle pressure, so they're just free to CS things fully at their turret. Nice tether lands, and once again, a shield on a minion. That's the second time that I've seen TuSin do that in just this set alone. Of course, one before the reset and one after. TuSin just really kind of underutilizing the skills at his disposal, continuing to try to land those soul flames, but it's not landing as effectively as it needs to. The second proc probably will never land, and while he's doing a good job at keeping the wave off of his turret, mana is an issue. More so for TuSin than it is for Duke, who's still going to be able to auto attack for free. Imagine if auto attacks took mana. What if that means that we wouldn't see 80 carries? I don't know. It'd be an interesting world to live in, but for TuSin, while his auto attacks may not take mana, look at the amount of HP he's able to get back from that tether. Keeping himself sustained as sustain becomes a bigger and bigger deal between both of these champions. You can see with double Doran's blades, even though he's an entire Doran's item behind, all that auto attacking is going to give you a decent amount of health back eventually. TuSin missing his first couple of inner flames, but you know, he's starting to hit a few of them, and of course, right as I say that, he hits one, so I feel a little bit better. It's like the caster's anti-curse. When you say something's gonna happen, it actually does. TuSin here first to level 8 has put 2 points in his mantra, whereas if you look at the skill distribution here, gonna land there. Whoa, nice inner flame. Alpha the focused resolve tether. For TuSin is primarily going to be about, like we said, landing those inner flames, but speeding his way back up. There's a nice inner flame to land, and ignite on TuSin means that kill potential is definitely there, and an early recall back to base here for Duke means that he will have to walk all the way back to lane. And sure, even though he'll be able to pick up a couple more Doran's blades, so he's actually ahead in Doran's items now, if TuSin were to go back to base, he'd probably be able to pick up a couple of his own. Pushing a big wave into turret, not totally terrible for Duke. He is ahead 4 CS before that wave hit the turret, so he'll be able to get back in time to at least stay even, maybe slightly behind here on CS. You can see he's going to get back in time to probably be able to CS this relatively perfectly. Getting a Rend in there for a Pierce rather, in there for a couple of CS as well. So now 9 CS ahead of TuSin, who I believe thought that turret was going to deny a few extra creeps than it actually did, and course, TuSin should be able to trade this back relatively effectively. Yeah, if you're able to get that focused resolve down for the snare at the end, not only is it going to give you more health back when you actually mantra it into a renewal, you're just going to be able to land solar flares. And once again, Flash, not a summoner spell picked up by either 1v1 champion here, so will not be able to get out of that tether as long as Karma has the move speed to keep up with Callista's modern life. I believe that was a TV show. Yeah, tether going to land here. Will it latch there? It does. Once again, that combo from TuSin continuing to be effective. Duke starting to feel the struggle. Still has health potions to run. And with 4 Doran's Blades, that's actually 12% lifesteal, so you do get a decent amount of stats just from having that many Doran's items. But conversely, TuSin gets so much mana back every time he kills a creep. That is 4 times 4, 16 mana back every time he kills a minion. 6 minions per wave, and we actually could see, whoa, there is a lot of damage. The Ignite actually going down at the same time on a Duke, and this is why I really don't like Ignite as a summoner spell. It means that it's going to be very, very difficult for TuSin to, come up with a win here versus specifically the barrier there. Now, while they did trade as far as summoner spells are concerned, barrier does come up more quickly, so it's definitely something you want to keep an eye on here. Those summoner spell timings. Another thing that you definitely have to keep an eye on are the HP bars of the turrets. Getting very, very low with TuSin continuing his pressure up the mid lane, as opposed to, the other lane in the 1v1, which should probably not be. So have to keep an eye on the CS, as it is only 4 different. Of course, you have to have a 10 CS advantage here to be able to win the game, and with this CS being pushed underneath turret, it's not looking likely here for Duke. Duke takes 1 more inner flame. He's gonna die under turret. Mantra it up for a soul flare. Deals a little bit of extra damage. Of course, now we're just gonna see him sniped down behind the turret. Walks around, predicts the movement, and TuSin. That's the way you win first blood first. Game in this best of 3 goes over to TuSin, who will take the 1v1 victory over Duke.
Days on the run and you don't want to make it home tonight. Now the same old game is on till the morning light. So eager to reach a little piece of heaven, eager to place your unrested soul. Still you believe in control, but yet you.
Of course, that is going to do it for our first game of this best of 3, but we should be coming back with game number 2 here in not all that long. Once we get the players back into the lobby, we'll actually be able to check out their runes and masteries as well, which is not a situation we found ourselves in for game number 1. That, of course, meant to restart a little bit. But coming into game 2 here, I would actually give Duke the advantage in the 1v1 just because traditionally you're able to fight more 1v1s there as a top laner. But here as we get into game number 2, we'll see if TuSin can be the first member of Incredible Miracle to actually advance through to the playoff brackets. Currently no players from IM represented in that playoff bracket, and I believe if I'm not mistaken, it was actually Pure, that's right, representing NaJin EM Fire. Love their new logo, by the way. I'm pretty sure that's like a mom bomb from Final Fantasy. But you can see the fire out there, and of course, NaJin EM Fire actually having a little bit of struggle this season. I believe they are currently placed 5th in the standings. Yeah, they are 3rd from the bottom, which is almost exactly the same as being 5th. NaJin with a 2-4 record so far. But let's talk about champion picks and bans. Karma and Pantheon banned out there by Duke. Somebody's gonna have to ban a Caitlyn here. This should be TuSin forced to ban that champion out. Caitlyn very, very strong in the 1v1. Long auto attack range and a lot of just skill effectiveness early with a new ban here for Duke that should force the Caitlyn ban, and there it is, TuSin able to take that one out of commission, but you still have every other AD carry left available. Also an Annie locked in for Duke, and that means that he is going to have that very long auto attack range, about 625, as well as the newer, more improved spam ability on Incinerate that allows you to get the full mana cost back when you kill a creep with it, but of course it also reduces the cooldown by half now. So you actually get some pretty ridiculously short cooldown times for those Incinerates if you level that skill up highly enough. And maybe some extra CDR coming in from Runes and Masteries. But what is the counter to Annie here for TuSin? I don't know if he's sitting in the IM house and asking the rest of his teammates, hey man, what do I want to buy? What do I want to play? What do I want to just as some extra input advantages, because you don't traditionally see yourself in too many 1v1 situations like this when you're playing like 5v5 competitive pro level games. It looks like it's going to be a Xerath. What? Alright, well, it's Xerath versus Annie here. On the Solo King, of course, the final match in this group to be able to advance to the playoff bracket. It's all on the line here. Game number 2 with TuSin up 1-0 is Xerath, the pick that is going to take him all the way. We'll have to see, and of course also probably going to be taking a look at the Runes and Masteries here in just a little bit as well. Going into this series, I think Duke probably would have gotten the majority of the North American vote, just given both his team's performance, and while TuSin has put up some big numbers over the course of the regular season as well, I'm actually really interested to watch how this matchup works out, because either Xerath just stays back very, very passively and farms, and then runs the risk of getting out CS thanks to a couple of newer mechanics that Annie has been given. The not only just the refund of mana when Incinerate kills a creep, but also the reduced cooldown of the spell when it does so too. So you can both kill a creep and still have the ability to, well, I guess kill a creep too, because depends on who is up there in your lane creeping on you. It's going to be interesting. Well, let's take a look at the Runes and Masteries. You can see there now runes for TuSin being shown on your screen. Fairly standard. Health, armor, magic resistance, ability power, and of course fairly standard ability power based page. With all 3 points here being put into that sorcery passive, so you get as much AP as possible. Now, no points being put into the extra mana regen and utility, as we're used to seeing about a 6-3 split between defenses and utility, making sure to get as many offenses as possible, or as much offense as possible. There you go. And that's gonna do it for our champion picks and bans and Runes and Masteries and everything for our second game of this grand final best of 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a 1v1 tournament here on Azubu TV, of course, featuring all of your favorite players, teams, and champions from Champions this season. We're going to see a 1v1 matchup, game number 2 of this best of 3 between Duke and TuSin. Now, TuSin from Incredible Miracle represents the first player from IM, with the opportunity to qualify for the playoff bracket with one more win. Match point here versus Duke, but the NaJin EM Fire top laner not going down without a fight. He's picking up Annie, and while Annie a lot of buffs to Incinerate and just the oppressive presence that spell can put down in the lane phase, may possibly have her work cut out for her here versus Xerath. Now, interesting to see the cleanse summoner spell being taken here by TuSin, because of course Flash is still a great spell to have, and usually you're going to be able to get it down in time to react to Annies that are going to be flashing on top of your face. But going with a cleanse here, that could be pretty questionable. At least as far as the 2v2 matchups go in duo lanes, talking to a lot of very high level AD carries, they say, look, if you bring cleanse, you just lose your lane, because the enemy starts out with either more HP or the extra move speed from the heal buff as well, just compounding way too much of an advantage in the 2v2. But in the 1v1, I think it's even more so the case. If you pick cleanse, you're not going to have that extra barrier, that extra summoner heal to keep yourself alive. And while there will be no ignite for Annie to really seal the deal, it's still going to be a little bit difficult. Push this monster out of lane, and of course, while Xerath does have a lot of wave clear potential, well, there's one stun that you're not going to be able to get rid of. TuSin actually trading that matchup very effectively. But like I said, while Xerath may have enough, skills to wave clear effectively, his ability to CS perfectly is going to be really put to the test versus an Annie who you can already see is just spamming out that Q on almost every single minion. As long as she's not using it for harass, it's going to come back off a cooldown, and that's just one creep right after another. Another creep bites the dust and missing with her Cone of Flame. That is not necessarily a good usage of your mana or spell cooldowns. TuSin starting to drop very, very low, and while he does have health potions ticking down, he is going to have to stay very, very safe here. We already saw, I believe it was our last matchup, kind of end with TuSin getting sniped down, or with Duke rather, getting sniped down behind his turret. And we see the same thing here for Duke, able to snipe down TuSin. Of course, a big differential as far as HP is concerned, but at the same time, going to be able to stay safe at his turret. Try to drop down most of the CS. There's a nice auto attack there from TuSin. 2 auto attacks in case. I think that second auto attack was a little bit greedy there by TuSin. It wasn't greasy. That's probably like his hamburger for lunch or something. But as far as greed is concerned, ooh, actually hitting that Arcana Pulse, pretty impressive. I did not expect that to land, but every time it does, I am consistently surprised. So TuSin's got a wave of minions coming in. Has his back. If he had landed that shocking orb for the stun, actually would have been really, really damaging, because you probably would have gotten creep aggro there on a Duke's Annie. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Whoa, there's the flash. That's not immediate cleanse, and TuSin able to use that summoner spell to escape the all-in. Summoner spell for summoner, but still it's an aggressive summoner spell usage there with the flash on Annie, whereas it is a defensive summoner spell usage there by TuSin. So TuSin survives the all-in. He'll get cleanse up more quickly, I suppose, than Annie will get flash. But when all is said and done, I actually think that was a little bit of an advantage for Duke in the 1v1, but for TuSin overall, because TuSin was forced to use the cleanse itself, but not only will it be back up like I just mentioned, but he's also going to get the opportunity to play this lane a little bit more accurately. Now, he is down a Doran's Ring, and that's the real difference that makes. Not only He's level 6 going to be coming up here, which arguably is why you pick Cleanse on a carry, is for the level 6 to avoid the Tibbers stun coming out. But Annie actually very, very close to level 6. Shocking Orb will land. That'll be a almost full Xerath combo to be landed. Of course, full Annie combo right back at you. Much more effective. 42 ability power there for TuSin. Keep an eye here on Duke and see what his AP levels are looking at as well, if we can check this out here. And he's second now. Duke with enough sustain to stay relevant in lane. As long as he dodges the Shocking Orbs, it's going to be putting on a lot of pressure. Keep in mind, does not have to worry about ganks. That's actually kind of confusing. I would have expected to see both laners let their waves push onto minions that they're secure, that they can last it with, and then just walk somebody somewhere else. And I think that is the hallmark of separates a good player from a great player, is the ability to sort of leave things. Whoa, Tibbers coming down, looking for the restun. Is there enough there? Chasing TuSin out. Where is the stun to come out? No follow-up, and chasing TuSin away means that it's not going to be enough to pick up a kill onto TuSin, but will it be enough to put on pressure significant enough to win this lane? TuSin does make it back to his turret in time, so I guess you can attribute a small advantage to that, but at least for the time being, you can see TuSin always on the defense, is consistently been forced to be defensive, whether it's cleansing, stuns being thrown at him, narrowly being able to run away from Annie all-ins. Still not necessarily the greatest situation to be in. TuSin going to take a couple auto attacks here as well. Down to about 100 HP. What's TuSin going to do, Sin? It's not going to probably be enough. He doesn't have enough mana. He can't get in range to auto attack to get that mana back off of his passive. And for Duke at this point, he's up 22 CS. A terrible champion choice here in the 1v1 versus Annie here. TuSin just without the mana to be able to sustain his poke-heavy lifestyle, of course, with a lot of thoughts behind this tournament going into it. You arguably, like, it was invite only, so maybe some players have less necessarily overall potential than others. But at the same time, you should expect to see Xerath maybe start to scale up. Maybe this is where Xerath really comes into his own. Once the Doran's rings have been bought. Actually interesting to see a Null Magic Mantle here, the pickup for Duke's Annie. That means that she'll never actually be vulnerable to dying, and I think that's probably what she's looking for. Yeah, just going to go immediately in with the all-in. And while TuSin does have a few Total Biscuits of Rejuvenation just to regen up, I think it's kind of about sending a message at this point. You know, Tibbers lasts for a long time, but oh man, Shocking Orb does land there on Annie, but look at that Null Magic Mantle. You can just see how ineffective all that damage from TuSin is. Tibbers still out there. He's more like a bodyguard. Honestly, you should use Tibbers to stand in the minion wave, but keep in mind, Tibbers does represent a CS, so can be something that you want to deny your opponent, obviously. Of course, with a 30 CS difference between players, not necessarily something you're going to want to see. Now, TuSin did use his cleanse there to be able to escape one stun, but as with most Annies, you spam in the spells to get those stuns right back up. Incinerate's still going to stun you if it hits. That is going to be the primary thing to watch out for. TuSin actually using the last little bit of his mana to zone Duke out. Of course, he's been able to auto attack and get a little bit of that back for, you know, at least one Arcano Pulse, but now chasing him down through the wave. Look at that stun. The harass here from Duke's Annie is actually pretty significant, and now that he has that Null Magic Mantle, he's probably not going to die anytime soon, which is Of course, you know, a good thing to have is that is one of the win conditions. But, of course, win condition, and I believe number 3 is... How on earth do you come back from such a huge CS differential? Now, triple Doran's ring is the point, and you'll notice the pink ward placed on the fountain. That is to negate the 100 gold difference from having that side turret go down. So just even out things as far as gold is concerned. Duke coming back in. There's Mr. Tibbers. There's a full skill combo. Able to walk forward, continue to micro this, get a stutter auto attacks in there. Looking for a Q there. Needs a couple more. And there, one more Q. It's the Incinerate to pick up the kill. Duke evening up this 1v1 score versus TuSin. We're going to get a quick instant replay here. You're going to see walking forward, just no flash available here for TuSin. His cleanse was already down, and that's going to be how the cookie crumbles ignite. Or Incinerate, rather, in there for the win. Duke tying the score here versus TuSin in our first final. Duke definitely not letting TuSin represent IM in the finals without putting up a fight. And that will be kind of the way the cookie crumbles for our first, our second game actually, our first finals of the night. TuSin is indeed mortal. He is not undefeatable here in the finals. Duke taking game number 2. We'll look to come back with game number 3, which we should have coming up on your screens here in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, our final 1v1 between Duke and TuSin. Is the blindest of blind picks. It is a 1v1 Lee Sin only. Now, while blind pick does mean that neither player can see the other's champion, it does appear as if there has been a little bit of communication. Not required to pick Lee Sin by any means, but just want to go for a 1v1 to prove who has the better Lee Sin mechanics. Now, I would initially think that doing this versus Duke would be a bad idea, considering that he probably has maybe a little bit of extra experience in the matchup. But for TuSin, he does represent the member of Incredible Miracle that has made it the farthest so far here in the Solo King. And of course, TuSin, a support player, has probably not played all that much Lee Sin in his, at least in his competitive career. And while competitive careers may not matter all that much in a 1v1, Lee Sin mechanics going to be coming out here in Duke versus TuSin. An exciting way to end an equally exciting best of 3. With a blind pick that is even more so now that both players have locked in Lee Sin. So excited to see maybe some differences in their runes and masteries, and I'm not sure if we're actually going to get the opportunity to check them out. But some Lee Sins will actually go for, instead of just straight up physical damage, in their reds they'll go for armor penetration, and then instead of going just for armor penetration, you get hybrid penetration, so that your Tempest actually does a lot more damage once you put some magic penetration in there. But instead it's just going to be flat AD, flat HP, flat, I think that is, yeah, 7.8%, wait, what, no, he's not, this is gonna be an AP Lee Sin. And there's technically no possible way that this makes sense, right? This is AP Lee Sin. No, that's 15 ability power. And AP in his runes. This is actually a hybrid Lee Sin, more like. So Duke's going for kind of the same idea, but he's also getting extra attack damage in there as well from his runes, so, or from his masteries. So I don't know, ladies and gentlemen, what is going on here? If you guys can help me out, then I'd appreciate it. If not, then I understand, because I am somewhat unsure why exactly there is all this crazy AP shenaniganry. We're going to find out as we get into our final game of the set. It's TuSin versus Duke. 1v1 here. Final player will advance to the playoff bracket. Duke versus TuSin will be coming your way here in just a minute. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. It's a 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite players, teams, and champions from this season of Champions. Of course, here broadcast on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, and together with Duke versus TuSin, we're going to find out which player is, in fact, the Solo King, at least of this group stage bracket. TuSin versus Duke. Going at it very, very early on. Is one of them going to stop the recall? Oh, it's actually TuSin that stops his recall. Neither one of them willing to commit quite yet. Now, keep in mind, both of these Lee Sin players are running some actually interesting runes, and I think those runes and masteries that we were looking at the beginning of the game may not have been completely accurate. I was seeing some ability power there, and neither Duke nor TuSin have actually any AP. So I'm not sure what those masteries and runes were that they were showing us, but we probably should see very, very high AD levels. So for TuSin, he's actually sitting at 89 attack damage, incredibly high. That probably represents flat AD for both quintessences and reds. Wouldn't expect to see any attack speed or possibly some armor penetration, but with as much magic damage as Lee Sin does from his Tempest, expect to see either, if you go penetration, go hybrid, or maybe just go for straight AD early on. And I think that is definitely the answer, to go for just more attack damage. Perfect combo being put down there by TuSin. A little bit off on the combo. I think one auto attack behind there by Duke, but still trades relatively evenly. Minions only making up the difference there. Flat armor for both players, regardless. You can see there in their armor counts. Oh man, forcing them. Wait, what? TuSin flashing away just to get one auto attack advantage. That's actually really impressive. But now, oh, level 2 gonna hit there. It's TuSin! The early flash to dodge that singular auto attack. Watch this play here. TuSin's gonna go in there, and as soon as they hit level 2, they're counting down the minions. That last minion dies for both players. Immediate Tempest, but you can just see how effective TuSin's ability to flash that previous auto attack keeps him alive. He's able to hit level 2 just slightly earlier, and he's going to win this 1v1. The blind pick, game number 3, will go to TuSin, and he will advance out of the group stage bracket to the playoffs as the first member of Incredible Miracle to do so. So congratulations there to TuSin. Qualifying in the most epic of fashions in a Lee Sin 1v1. No ability power like I was talking about earlier. Would have been kind of interesting, but all in all, just incredibly well played. Very high skill matchup, and the idea to use Flash to disjoint an auto attack there at the very early part pretty much telegraphed that he was going to be going for an early all-in, but at the same time, still impressive to watch. And of course, we're going to be given the opportunity to watch some more high-level League of Legends 1v1s, so if you guys are interested in sticking around, do make sure to do so. We'll be coming back with, I believe, we already saw XD versus TuSin, Captain Jack versus Duke. We're going to be seeing Squir versus Chaser, and CJ Antis' Shai taking on Chei. And of course, that matchup, those matchups rather, and a whole lot more will be coming your way here when Group 1B of the Solo King Korean 1v1 tournament continues in just a minute. Of course, here brought to you on Azubu TV. And if you have more information, if you have need for more information on the tournament, of course, head over to azubu.tv, or of course law.esportspedia.com for more information on the Solo King tournament. So while we figure out what on earth is happening to my face, you can see me kind of struggling with things right now. We're just going to be waiting for an admin ruling on exactly what we're going to do. I think we're actually going to be heading off to a quick break in between series before we set up for Squir versus Chaser and Shai versus Chei. And of course, those matchups will be coming your way in a little bit, most likely. Of course, I have to fix my hair right there and get a little bit of a drink of water. So we're waiting for the next series to come back on your screen here in just a minute. Alright, brief update. It does appear as if we're going to have a quick interview with TuSin, our winner of our first group stage bracket. So we'll be getting TuSin on the line here in just a second. Just looking for an interview with him.
네, 자 지금 오늘 12강전 진출에 성공한 오늘의 최종 승리자 투신 선수의 인터뷰가 지금 연결되었다고 합니다. 자, 투신 선수 안녕하십니까?
안녕하세요, 투신입니다.
네, 자 오늘 12강 진출 승리를 축하드립니다.
네, 감사합니다.
네, 자 역시나 단연 인상 깊었던 것은 마지막 그 리신의 미러전인데 양 선수들 간에 그런 서로 약속이 되어 있었던 건가요?
네, 이게 블라인드 가면 이게 서로 리신 미러전 하자 룬특 똑같이 해서 한 거예요.
네, 그렇습니다. 자, 양 해설도 오늘 투신 선수에게 궁금한 점.
네, 투신 선수 지금 1대1 매치에 지금 본인이 여러 가지 챔피언을 보여줬는데 미리
네.
사전에 좀 준비 좀 하셨나요?
아니요, 그냥 딱 솔로킹 몇 번 봤거든요. 이제 하는 거.
네.
그거에 토대로 해서 남은 거 이제 좋아 보이는 거 해서 했어요, 그냥.
순간이동 스펠을 고정으로 조금 달고 있는데 어때요? 앞으로의 게임 양상도 순간이동 스펠은 거의 고정으로 갈까요?
이게 CS의 그 아무래도 룰에 CS가 있어서 아마 텔포를 끼긴 무조건 껴야 되지 않나라고 생각해요.
네, 그런 것도 잘 간파해서 잘 준비한 투시 선수의 그런 인터뷰였습니다. 자, 뭐 사실 투신 선수가 지금 서포터라는 포지션이 믿겨지지 않을 만큼 엄청난 그런 전투 본능을 보여주고 있는데, 자,
네.
그런 전투 본능에 못지않는 인터뷰까지 보여줬습니다. 역시나 매드라이프의 인터뷰를 저희가 빼놓고
그렇죠.
얘기할 수가 없겠죠.
네.
네.
네. 최근에 이제 그 매드라이프와 선수와 관련된 인터뷰도 하셨잖아요. 혹시 만약에 만나게 된다면 어떤 생각하고 계시나요?
혹시라도 만나게 된다면 아마 제가 또 그때는 준비를 해서 무조건 이길 수 있도록 노력해야죠.
네, 좋네요.
그렇습니다. 네, 앞으로 서포터뿐만 아니라 다른 라인에서도 괜찮을 만한 오늘 엄청난 그런 경격들을 보여줬거든요. 네, 자 앞으로 12강이 올라서게 되었습니다. 앞으로에 대한 그 경기력, 네 경기에 대한 그 각오 한마디 들려주시죠.
다음 상대가 정확히 누군지는 모르겠지만 적어도 상금 탈 수 있을 때까지는 올라가고 싶어요.
네, 자 이런 또 솔직한 매력까지 네 오늘 IN 투신 선수의 그런 인터뷰였습니다. 오늘 경기 축하드립니다.
네, 감사합니다.
네. 자 이렇게 해서 오늘 IN 투신 선수가 먼저 12강으로 올라가는 그런 태고를 기록했습니다. 자,
Now we'll conclude our interview with TuSin, and that means that we're going to be heading off to a quick commercial break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be coming right back with Score versus Chaser, Shai versus Chei, as Solo King 1v1 Korean tournament continues here on Azubu TV.
Days on the run and you don't wanna make it home tonight. Now the same old game is on till the morning light. So eager to reach a little piece of heaven, eager to please your unrested soul. Still you believe in control, but yet you let it all go.
What's up, Machinima Realm viewers, and welcome to another episode of Top 5 LoL Plays. I really hope you guys will enjoy the plays, but let's go into the number 5 spot. This one is going to be starting off around the Baron pit. As you see, the blue team is trying to attempt it, but as Azara trying to ward gets pulled in, she ends up dying to the Blitzcrank and to the rest of the team. But you gotta remember, you can't always count them out, as Azara with her passive ends up stealing the Baron. Let this be a lesson, you should never count anyone out. Moving on to the number 4 spot is going to be a Katarina play in the middle lane. We're going to be putting our eyes onto the blue team's Katarina as she gets Lulu ulted, as she finally gets the kill on the enemy's Katarina right under the tower. The Rengar finally comes in, but he puts his focus on the Lulu. As the Rengar gets his kill, the Katarina is the only one that's left, but she puts a ward over the wall to try and see the Rengar. But as she sees the Rammus and the exclamation mark on top of her, she uses the Shumpo, goes over the wall and dodges both of them and avoids certain death. That was definitely a pretty close play, but jumping to the number 3 spot is going to be a brand showing us why you never want to dive this champion. The enemy Ezreal throwing a few Qs at the brand to try and poke him down is not having much success, as the allied Blitzcrank comes in and pulls the enemy Lee Sin right under the tower, but the Jace jumping on the brand is going to be regretting that decision shortly after. The brand with an extremely quick reaction, Zanya is just barely dodging the Ezreal ultimate, also manages to get a kill on the Lee Sin, and finally the Ezreal under the tower picking up a Quadra. Let us not put on the brakes just yet and move on to the number 2 spot, where Victor, one of the more underrated champions, is going to be showing to us that maybe, just maybe, this champion deserves to be looked at some more. He tried going for the kill on the Corki just earlier with his laser, but the Nami trying to put a stop to him misses the bubble as he keeps sidestepping and dodging so many skill shots. As his W stuns the Nami in mid-place, the Corki firing off his Qs tries to finish off the very low HP Victor for the double buff, but he flashes in, puts on the ultimate, and picks up a double kill in an impressive 2v1 turnaround. But the number 1 place of this week is going to be given to a Pantheon, and he's going be starting off with a blue buff, just finishing it up. He was wise enough not to waste his smite on the blue because the enemy team is definitely doing Baron. The Pantheon is only 6-3-2 and the score is somewhat close, but that is all going to change in just a matter of seconds as Pantheon with his ultimate drops right in, gets the steal on the Baron while also picking up a kill on the Vi, picks up a kill on the Thresh, but he is nowhere near done as he also gets a kill on the Jax, walks up to the enemy's ADC Twitch and picks him up as well for a pentakill and a Baron steal. If that's not a way to put your team in the lead, I don't know what is. Alright guys, I hope you did enjoy this week of top 5 love plays and don't forget to submit your clips to be featured for the next episode. What's up guys and welcome to a new episode of the Top 5 Love Plays series. Let us jump straight into the action and move into the number 5 spot. The red team has just finished taking Dragon and they're pushing their assault against the blue team. One major thing to note is the fact that blue team's Riven is still halfway across the map, but she's steadily making her way. On top of that, she has her ultimate and she has her flash ready. The blue team is missing quite a bit of ultimates, but they still have Wukongs. But Riven finally makes her appearance, flashes in, uses the third part of her Q, stuns everyone and then finishes them off with her ultimate. Instant pentakill. But let's move straight into the number 4 spot. This is gonna be a battle of two Lee Sins in the top lane. Blue team's Lee Sin just finished taking red team's tower, and the Lee Sin on the red team is trying to punish blue team's Lee Sin for overextending so far. Falling extremely low on HP, the blue team's Lee Sin kicks the red one away. And one thing to note, the red team's Lee Sin does not have his ultimate either. And after a very manly fight and a lot of Hydra procs, the blue team's Lee Sin comes out on top. And the main reason he won even with such a deficit is because he used his W to dodge the enemy Lee Sin's Q that he flashed for. Let's transition to the number 3 spot, and we're all going to be learning a very valuable lesson. You do not want to dive Irelia unless you're 100% sure you can get the kill. The Lee Sin shows up for the gank and they know that Irelia's stun is on cooldown, on top of seeing her blow both of her summoner spells just now. But with the ignite, she is still able to pick up the kill on the Riven, and her stun, which is now up, is able to stun Lee Sin due to her being lower on HP. The second place spot will be showcasing the new Scion. One of the more popular builds on Scion nowadays is to get as many tanky items as you can, because it makes him almost impossible to kill. Taking a look at his items, you can see quite a few of them are giving him flat HP, a lot of regeneration thanks to his Warmogs, but also having quite a bit of damage thanks to his Hydra and attack speed thanks to the Stinger. The fight for his team was not looking so hot, so he ended up using his ultimate to rush straight to the enemy Nexus because it is open. But the enemy team retaliated just in time and ended up killing him. But it seems they have forgotten that he still has his passive one, which gives him quite a bit of attack speed, and with that he's able to finish off the game. And finally, the grand finale of this episode is gonna be a play around Baron Pit. The enemy's Leona puts a ward over the wall to see the Vi, and unfortunately for the Vi, she's unable to kill it before it goes invisible. Looking at the minimap, red team's Rengar is still within his base, so there's only 4 people in the pit. The knockup on Vi's Q is cancelled by Baron, so she ends up flashing in, but the enemy's Tristana ults her right back out. Vi's Q's cooldown is quite short, so she's able to get right back into the pit. She is able to pick up a kill on Tristana and Zed thanks to her ultimate, picks up the Baron as well, and as she is cleaning up the rest of the enemy team, you see the Rengar is finally showing his face. But the Vi now has triple buff, level 17 versus a level 13 Rengar, who clearly stands no chance. So she easily turns on him and picks up a 1v5 pentakill, and the Kog'Maw, of course, being a good teammate, giving it to her. But on top of
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다. 미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Chaser versus Score. Coming your way here in the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament here on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid. We're getting out onto the Rift. It's an 80 carry versus 80 carry matchup. You can kind of see this one coming. Score versus Chaser. Of course, a matchup between the Jin Air Green Wings and KT Rolster. But of course, in this 1v1, what will probably make the biggest difference is going to be, a CS differential early on, 3-0. Starting things out there a little bit in Score's favor. But there's also going to be the 80 carry, the AD. And the 80 carry matchup's going to matter. Here, Jin Air's Chaser losing a couple of CSs just for being a little bit late to lane. But more importantly, he's going to come into lane with Sustain. From Mana Potion to, 3 actually, 3 health potions, and a Crystalline Flask. Forgoing that early attack damage from a Doran's Blade, and that's actually really big because it means if you find yourself in a 1v1 combat stats, they're just not going to be there, and while you will have the sustain, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Chaser is able to use that sustain to his advantage. Missing a few creeps early on, is down I think 2. I believe he actually missed experience for one of them, so I didn't exactly catch when he first came back into lane, but at least for right now, Chaser versus Score should be slightly in Score's favor, even though Score will actually be overall at a CS, or at a sustain disadvantage. Level 3s for both players, you can see just slightly off there. It does look like they will hit it at even minion timing, so it'll be exciting to see if Score, Chaser, they're going to hit level 4 at the same time, if that is the point that they want to go in on. Nice piercing light to land already. The Crystalline Flask completely used up here for Chaser. Playing Varus in this 1v1. Hitting Varus ultimates already going to be very, very difficult to do. But in a situation where you not only have to hit the Varus ultimate and make sure that you overcompensate, maybe just compensate for the piercing light that allows Score so much mobility. You can already see those Blight stacks stacking up. Score in a very difficult spot. Doesn't go for the all-in. Now keep in mind, Score has Barrier as his summoner spell, and so does Chaser. But more importantly, Score has mobility. That Relentless Pursuit, probably the biggest skill in this matchup. If you're able to use the Relentless Pursuit to dodge away almost any of Varus' skills, then you're going to prevent him from stacking up his Blight charges, or from popping the stacks, which are going to give you so much extra damage in the 1v1. It doesn't even matter whether or not it's going to be used to help get CS. This is what we saw Callista do a lot of, use those Ren stacks to be able to get that CS in there. Of course, it works a little bit differently on Varus when you stack up those Blight charges. But Ardent Blaze is coming out on a Jin Air Chaser. He will be sent back to base a little bit closer to his turret. Now, for Score here, all he has to do is play it, safe and, slow and steady. Wins the race here. Teleport back into lane with 2 Doran's Blades, of course, for both AD carries. They'll be right at the same place. Chaser a slightly later recall back to base, but he'll actually have a Crystalline Flask, and now it's actually Chaser, strangely enough, in the lead. As far as sustain is concerned, he's getting a Crystalline Flask on his first trip out of base, comes out with his second with some extra cost effectiveness there, but will still pick up some potions, though may not actually be able to use them. Now, level 6s are going to mean very, very different things for both of these players. Now, Chaser going in, looking to pop those Blight Stacks, but still having trouble doing so. Big difference, like we said, is going to come at level 6 with these ultimates. For Score, having the culling means that he's going to be able to pick up kills underneath turret. Of course, with no flash on Chaser, hitting a full culling is very, very feasible. Chaser, though, will be able to secure kills with his ultimate. Now we're going to see level 6 versus level 6. Will we see this ultimate land? It's going to throw out there. This culling coming out there. Chaser trying to dodge away to the side. Barriers out there. One last auto attack. It's going to go down. He's going to turn around for the piercing arrow, but it's an ardent blaze from Score that picks up first blood in the 1v1 and a game 1 victory. We're going to get a quick instant replay to see exactly how this went down. We'll see ultimate gonna land there as Chaser takes up one too many shots here of the culling. Great job canceling the culling at exactly the right moment there for Score. He dashes forward, and off of that Relentless Pursuit, he's gonna hit both of his Light Slinger passives, but there comes the Ardent Blaze, and even though that skill is actually nerfed, still enough damage to Score to pick up a game 1 win over Chaser. That means we're gonna head off to a quick break here after, of course, we see some more lane shenanigans. The Observer's coming in for a little bit of revenge there at the end. And that is going to be a game 1 win, like we said, for Score. See if Chaser can even things up when we come back after a short break. Once again, the Solo King. Is it Score? Is it Chaser? We'll find out when we come back. Best of 3 series continues with game number 2 coming up.
Still you believe in control, but yet you let it all go. Now tell me, are you ready? Are you ready for the night? Tell me, are you ready? Out of control, you're gonna lose that fight. Are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Takes nights all alone with a thought that infests in your head. Give it up, no time for doubt, no time to regret. So eager to reach a little piece of heaven, eager to please your heart and rest of soul. Still you believe in control, but yet you let it all go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Solo King. We're going to be having game number 2 coming your way between Score and Chaser. Now, of course, Score up 1 game over Chaser here, and we're going to see a lock-in on Varus once again. Score, a big fan of that champion. Of course, actually Chaser that played him in game number 1. We'll see if they're just going to be switching up Varus users. Is it the ticket to victory? Of course, Score already with 1 game victory on Lucian. Lucian, Caitlyn, and Nunu banned against him. Now he's going to go with the Varus. I think it's actually really interesting to see them kind of trading things right back and forth. And with a ban on Lucian by Chaser, it means that he's actually unable to pick it. Versus Score is just going to lock in that Varus. Of course, he liked the idea, was able to outplay Chaser's Varus in game number 1. We'll see if the head-to-head matchup goes his way this time around. It looks like a lock-in on Jarvan the 4th. Alright, now Jarvan is a champion I expected to actually see a lot more of. In an early game where sustain was so key, I expected to see a lot more, really sustain-heavy champions, like things like Nunu, like maybe not Vladimir or Swain. His level 6 is probably a little bit too long of a ways off for them to be maximum effectiveness. But the biggest thing to watch out for here is going to be the all-in. The martial cadence combined with extra armor penetration it's just going to be a lot of damage that you may not be too used to. Alright, so let's check out the way that these Runes and Masteries are 2 attack speed quintessences, 1 physical damage quintessence, as well as, 9 flat armor, and some extra mana regeneration for Score's Varus build. Now, if you look at the masteries here, you can see they're actually fairly standard, with the 3 points being put into extra mana regen and utility. So you should kind of expect that from a lot of more caster-based AD carries. Now, if we check out Chaser's Runes and Masteries, you can see his Jarvan page includes. Okay, I'm not sure this is actually the correct page. But the Masteries will be correct because it's his only page of Masteries. So you can see Spell Weaving, Blade Weaving, both points picked up there. No points in Warlord because he's not actually going to get all that much AD, probably up around the 1 to 200 range, probably ending at around 150. But still putting those 3 points into extra mana regeneration just because Sustain is so valuable here in the early game. So for the Solo King at game number 2, we're going to see Chaser pick up Jarvan. Of course, Score going with his Varus, trying to show Chaser how it's done. Of course, he beat Chaser's Varus in game number 1. We'll see if Score's Varus can pull it out. Of course, match point for Score if he wins this, and he will advance on to the finals for at least this portion of Group B2. I believe this is actually Group B1, my apologies. But for Group B1, we have already crowned our first victor. And of course, I'm not going to spoil exactly who that winner was. If you guys want more information on the tournament, of course, head on over to azubu.tv for more information. And of course, you can find brackets and everything else over on lol.esportspedia.com. Look up the Solo King there, and you can find brackets and all the information you could possibly want to know about the Solo Kings tournament. So, of course, coming in here today, Azubu presenting the Solo King tournament makes it really exciting to focus on some of these matchups. So, first up, like we said, we have Score versus Chaser, but up next is actually one that I'm a little bit more excited about. We'll talk about that once we get back from our first best of 3. We're going into game number 2 here in just a minute. Score versus Chaser coming your way. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, of course, to the Solo King, a 1v1 tournament here brought to you on Azubu TV, featuring Score versus Chaser in our third, I believe it is technically the 4th best of 3 of the day. Game point here for Score as he brings out the champion that he beat Chaser on. Chaser played Varus in the first best of 3 of the night, and it was unfortunately not good enough to take down Score's Lucian. Should see Lucian bans as well as Caitlyn bans, and a lot of AD carries being taken off the field. Not just versus other AD carries, but of course just in general, very, very strong players. So it's going to be interesting for Chaser. But Jarvan, for the first time this tournament, means that we're going to be looking for dangerous all-ins. And of course you can see the teleport just to make sure that he's not too far behind as far as itemization is concerned. Going to be heading back to base just to heal up a little bit, and of course because you do want to be in base when minions spawn, so you can grab a 4th health potion or mana potion, depending on how you want to start things out. Of course, you'll see the same situation there for Score. He's going to start back in base and grab himself the 4th health potion. So some extra health for Score, some extra mana for Chaser, and I think that's fairly similar to what you'd expect, just because when you're going for Jarvan early on, you're never going to pick up your kill in the early game. You're usually going to have to go back to base, grab your extra Doran's Blades, or maybe farm things up towards a Brutalizer, although you definitely expect the Doran's Blades. You get the extra HP is just way too cost effective. So should be Doran's Blades here for Chaser, although getting auto attack, this range versus melee matchup is not a good one. Chaser should lose this one early on, but then win it in the all-in with Ignite. Now, you can see the exhaust picked up by Score is going to be very, very effective when it comes to all-ins, because it's easy to telegraph. Once Chaser hits level 2, he's going to try for the level 2 all-in, get the knock-up, and go for a Martial Cadence stack. If he's able to do that, then after that, things start to get scary. But if you can maybe force Chaser in for a dive, then you just win the game automatically off of exhausting on the turret. But it's mostly going to come when these champions hit 6. Can Score get his ultimate off first and, you know, back away from Chaser, prevent those auto attacks coming in? With the Chains of Corruption versus Cataclysm, that matchup is actually going to be really, really good. And you don't oftentimes talk about Summoner Spell matchups or Ultimate matchups, but when it comes down to the champions, these are going to be very, very Ultimate-centric. Granted, there's range versus melee harass going on, and maybe that will impact the CS somewhat, but Jarvan is one of those champions where you can just kind of forgo CSing altogether and just win the all-in versus an 80 carry opponent. Both players should keep their health potions running almost consistently over the course of just all the harass in lane, and it's interesting to see maybe some, you know, in the game of inches, the hail of arrows from Score. When you throw that down, it means that you're going to be cutting healing with some grievous wounds, and I mean, if you have a health potion running when you're standing in that pool of grievous wounds, you're just not going to get as much health back from it. So something to keep an eye on. Oh, dodging the knock up there, Score kills the minion, so he's going to get extra attack speed from it. Puts that auto attack damage down onto Chaser, and was that really worth the exhaust though? I'm going to say no, and in fact I believe those blight passives actually went off of Chaser before the hail of arrows landed. So something to keep an eye on. You can see now Chaser completely forced out of this lane. If he had gotten hit by the piercing arrow, probably would have died with that one stack of blight on him. Now, it's easy for Score to see the Chaser. Oh no, he actually aggroed that Raptor camp. If he had died to Raptors there, I would have laughed and laughed. And of course, he actually has them cancel his recall. Oh no, Chaser doesn't notice it! He thought he got a free trip back to base, but no, the shield did not protect him. And those vicious, vicious Raptors, and now Chaser actually going to be very, very far delayed from coming back in the lane. You can already see the CS differential. This is going to be an entire Doran's Blade versus worth of CS difference between these players. Now, Score is going to get a free trip to go back to base, while Chaser is stuck CSing at his turret. Score is going to pick up an extra Doran's Blade, which is going to be able to give him even more defensive stats. There's your 2 Doran's Blades, some extra health potions, mana potion, and all kinds of sustain picked up there. So, man, Chaser in a really rough situation. As soon as Score comes back into lane, of course, he's going to be level 6 first, because Chaser was forced to back off. And with more range versus melee harass coming in, this is going to be a very difficult time for Score. One benefit of being Chaser right now is that if you win your game off of an all-in, there's no exhaust for Score for about another 2 minutes. So you do have that sort of time window to go for maybe a little bit more of an aggressive play. And man, these piercing arrows, after missing them for the first, like, 3 or 4 minutes of the game, Score is starting to hit him as soon as Chaser comes back into lane. Should be going for some Dragon Strike harass, indeed he is, so Dragon Strike versus his Piercing Arrow, Hail of Arrows harassment combo definitely yields the trade advantage in Score's favor. Nice attempt at being a little bit sneaky there by Score. Of course, it's the same situation you see from things like Lux and Ari. You wait just around the corner of those ledge outcroppings in mid lane and try to go for a snipe when you can see the enemy, but they can't see you. Chaser actually doing a decent job and now hitting level 6 versus 6. Actually a pretty big deal because at this point in time, Score has to be careful because he knows the only way that he dies is to the all-in. If you just keep playing this matchup out like very, very carefully and methodically, one CS at a time, Score's gonna win easy peasy. There's the Ignite going down there. Chaser probably will not win. Gets the knockup and one more on attack. Chaser wins the all-in versus Score. We're gonna watch this one more time. He actually misses a Dragon Strike and Score coming forward. Keep in mind he's an entire Goran's Blade up. But look at that martial cadence getting all that damage down. He micros towards Score so that he's actually in auto attack range when he gets hit and gets a second knockup there. Or a second knockup of the game, rather. Golden Age is factoring that in as well for extra HP, and the all-in is the win for Chaser. Our observers coming in to pick up a kill on him there at the very end, but Chaser evens the score at 1-1. Of course, versus Score, honestly thought he had that. All he had to do is play it carefully back towards his turret, but Jarvan all in is actually pretty good, and it'll work out there. Chaser, once again, like I said, evening the score in this best of 3 means that we do have a little bit of a break before we hop into our third and defining blind pick match between both of these players. We'll get that on your screen here in just a minute. Once again, this is the Solo King, brought to you on Azubu TV. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. Of course, here on Azubu TV, we're coming back with our blind pick match, game number 3. To decide which player will advance to the final of this group stage to face the winner of Shai versus Chei. Now, another Chei, Chaser here versus Score. It's a 1v1, and we should see both AD carry picks. I'm surprised we don't just see Caitlyn mirror match, or maybe a Lucian mirror match if you're feeling extra aggressive. Fizz being thought about here by Chaser, of course. About 20 seconds left to pick their champions. No bans, just picks here. In 20 seconds, Score is going to lock in Caitlyn versus Lucian. Alright, this is going to be awesome to watch because it's not just a Caitlyn mirror match where you have, 150 million CS. 20 minutes into the game, nobody's won because the CS is still actually identical. But it's going to be Caitlyn versus Lucian. Now, Lucian has a little bit of a better ability to shove the wave, and due to the Lightslinger passive, is going to win the all-ins and the 1v1s if you go for aggressive early trade potential. But the problem versus Caitlyn is that she doesn't actually have to trade with you. She can just walk forward, kill a minion, walk backwards, stay safe and sound at her turret. That's kind of all she wrote, so should expect to see maybe an exhaust, but probably barriers here from both AD carries, specifically Lucian. Score is probably going to go with a barrier just in case he gets ace in the hold, or rather aced in the hole, I suppose is the past tense. of that ultimate. And yeah, as far as ultimates go, culling is going to be nice to snipe down Caitlyn, because you probably won't see flash being used by either one of these AD carries, so it's going to be very, very easy to land most of the shots of the culling if you're in the opportunity to. Now, for Caitlyn, she's pretty much always going to be able to land ace in the hole, but we'll get a chance to see how this 1v1 matchup goes as we hop into the game here in just a minute. So stick around. It's going to be deciding blind pick game number 3 between Chaser and Score. Will be coming your way here in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite players, teams, and of course champions from champions, at least from this season. Score versus Chaser. Current best of 3 going on in the, I guess the upper part of bracket B2, or lower part. We've already had one finals to determine which player will advance to the finals of this bracket, Score versus Chaser, in their final blind pick 1v1 matchup of the night. Now, all comes down to the AD carry matchups, which, you know, they should know fairly well. For Score specifically on Caitlyn this game, you notice he's actually picked up Barrier. Same situation for Chaser too, as it all comes down to the 1v1. Now, that ward should be just barely out of turret range. If it's within turret range, Score can actually kill that for a CS early on, and I do think it is actually right outside, so that will allow Chaser as much early information as possible, although it shouldn't be too terribly impactful.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Now, for the early game, at least as far as the builds are concerned, it's going to be a very different start for both players. Score starting with the Doran's Blade and 1 potion, versus Chaser, who's just going to go for the Flask into potions for consumables to start things out. And I actually really like the Flask start because it allows you to most effectively abuse your gold count when you start. Because when you start with Doran's Blade and Health Potion, there's not really a whole lot of flexibility for your build. Whereas if you go for the Crystalline Flask early, you can actually wait in base for 10 gold, pick up an extra potion, and then come to lane. You don't really miss out on any CS. Maybe you miss out on one, depending on how things stack up as far as your lanes go. But specifically for mid lane, it's actually just a better start. Now, for Chaser, the ability to win this game is going to come off of his ability to A, avoid those built over Peacemakers and hit those piercing lights when he uses them to shove the wave. If for either AD carry between pilt over Peacemakers and piercing lights, if you're able to use that skill to both push the wave and get damage on your opposing AD carry like Chaser just did right there, it just gives you so much of an advantage because you're going to put pressure to CS on by shoving the wave up underneath the turret. You're also going to be dealing damage, of course, to your opposing AD carry. So, trying to last it here, 12-7. The 650 auto attack range turns out to be pretty good between both of these guys. Chaser, of course, up against the wall now, double the CS down. And, of course, with those traps being put out, just provide a lot of extra zoning potential here, really limiting the mobility of what is already a very mobile champion. Now, keep in mind this is not necessarily super effective for Score to be bullying Chaser out at this stage of the game, just because he's never going to win the 1v1 like I auto attack you, you auto attack me trade, because he's down to Doran's Blade. So Chaser at this point just looking to sustain up in lane and make sure that he can get as many creeps as possible. Even if he drops down in CS, he's still going to be able to go back to base and pick up one, probably two Doran's Blades. And then when he comes back into lane, he'll have already gotten a refill on that Crystalline Flask, and that alone is going to give him some extra item effectiveness. Just has to make sure that he doesn't keep taking these auto attacks from Score. Lucky Score doesn't bring Flash with him, otherwise that could have been a very, very different situation. Now, level 4 versus level 4, basically exactly the same time. But for Score, he definitely gets the advantage in lane. I don't think anybody would take that away from Caitlyn. And actually going back to base relatively early. I'm not sure about this back timing. He's going to actually lose a couple of CS, but the wave is currently actually pushing towards his turret. This can be a great spot to be in. Wave will push into a better position for him. And actually, when you think about things in a 1v1 sense, usually having the wave push towards your turret is a good thing because in 5v5s you're avoiding jungle ganks. But in 1v1s it's actually a little bit worse because you're not putting yourself in a position to deny CS versus your enemy lane opponent. And you actually lose some CS to turrets, so definitely some things to keep an eye on. Off the first recalls back to base with teleports back into lane, you're going to see one Doran's Blade versus two, so the overall stat item advantage here for Score, but when it comes to sustain, it's going to be Chaser, so. Passive versus active sustain as well. 3% additional lifesteal there for Score. Of course, it's actually slightly more because you have additional attack damage, which does additional damage, which gets you more lifesteal back from the Doran's Blade. So a small difference. But of course, this is a very, very close game, and probably going to just come down to the pressure. If Score is able to just straight up CS better, it makes it that much more difficult. Oh man, there's the first aggressive trade we're seeing by Chaser onto Score. It'll force out a health potion. Of course, he does have plenty of those in his inventory, just to keep popping them. And at this point, the recall for Chaser was just, he couldn't sustain in lane long enough to get that last little bit of extra gold for a second Doran's Blade. And I think that's actually going to be a increasingly bigger and bigger deal unless we see this game go on long enough for second recalls to come into play. You can just see how much more effectively Score is able to push this wave in. He's going to put Chaser under a lot of pressure, and while he should be able to CS relatively well here, look at this all in. We're going to see Piercing Light, but there's actually the ace in the hole. Barrier still up for both carries. Score actually going to take a lot of shots of the culling, but still overall more HP. There in the pool for Score. He's going to get that headshot proc off on a Chaser who's just feeling the struggle. And granted, he does have a Crystalline Flask, so more times he goes back to base, the stronger he will be, at least as far as cost effectiveness, gold efficiency wise. But being down at Doran's Blade is actually actually a big deal no matter how you want to look at it. Doran's blades only give you 7 attack damage. If you were to put that into gold, into like a pickaxe, you're going to be coming out with, what is that, almost double the effectiveness as far as AD is concerned. Now, you do have to factor in HP, lifesteal, and a few other ideas, but dashing forward, Chaser going to get a lot of damage here. Look at those Lightslinger procs continuing to go on to score. Pushing it back underneath that turret, and no sustain left for score, whereas there is still a health potion here for Chaser. He can afford to get hit by those built-over Peacemakers because he knows he has sustain to stay in lane. Of course, he's going to use his last remaining health potion here. Score pushing up the lane. We'll have headshot proc up in just a couple more auto attacks. Chaser getting some nice harass down through the minion wave too with that with the piercing light. That is the real way that that Lucian wins these matchups. Should be positioning probably a little bit further forward on the score as he's now pushing the wave into turret, but I mean, being down almost 10 CS is a big deal for Chaser. It means that if he just plays the passive game, he's not going to win it. Piercing light continuing to be used to shove this wave in, but they're actually going to look at turrets for the objective win. That would be actually really interesting to see if that's what he goes for. Now, all consumables out for both carries, and we still have a little bit of time left on the duration of teleport before they get back to their turrets, or back to their base to buy, and then, of course, back to their turrets afterwards. But we want to pick up as much CS as possible here in the next few seconds, because teleports back available means that if you're the first to come back to lane, maybe you get the opportunity to shove, put some damage down on the turrets, and start the snowball rolling. Of course, we're already over 2/3 of the way to 100 CS for score, and of course, Chaser's going to hit the 2/3 mark here off of, well, the next wave, because he's actually missing quite a bit of that CS. I think he only hit one of the creeps under turret. Now he is a full 10 CS down. 10 CS, of course, the differential that you have to have between your CS scores once you hit 100 CS in order to take down the win from that win condition. So, nice dash in. There's a piercing light. You're going to get another Lightslinger passive, but of course, having a micro back very, very ever so slowly through those traps. Of course, continual auto attacks going down on the turret. Thereby score. The culling going to come out here. Almost every shot of the culling hits on to score. But importantly enough, Chaser is completely out of mana. And of course, the recent change to the Relentless Pursuit means that it actually does cost mana at early ranks before you max it out. And of course, probably will not be maxed out, because maxing a spell that does no damage is actually a fairly bad idea. Pushing intensifies. Of course, the CS difference means that there's actually a possibility that Chaser won't be able to teleport back to base, and that he's actually just going to lose that. Oh, it steps on a Caitlyn trap. Should be able to trade the damage back as far as auto attacks are concerned, but score pushing this minion wave in means that Chaser can't trade just yet. He needs to make sure that he's on point with CSing his minions. Loses one for almost no reason. Only 7 CS down at this point, but coming back from base, he's going to have a very narrow window of time. This wave alone, probably the last opportunity he's going to get to come back from base with quad Doran's blades, shove the wave back out, and look for the kill on the score. Now, score shoves a wave into turret. You're going to see a teleport back there from Chaser. Probably won't be completely full on mana, but he will be able to hit most of this CS under turret. Loses, I think, 1 or 2 CS there. He's 10 CS down, and this wave is all that matters. In fact, shoving the wave actually a pretty bad idea, because he has to all-in score right now. He's down 10 CS, and he's going to be down even further. Why he's hanging back here and not willing to trade versus score is actually terrible, because the score is just going to hit all of this CS, hit 100, and one more minion kill. He wins the game, and there it is, 100 CS to 90, a 10 CS difference, and I think score wins. Yeah, score is going to win that. You can see the highlight music coming out and somewhat anticlimactic, but in the 1v1, Caitlyn just too strong. Whoa, level 1 Chuds, gotta watch out there. The Observer coming in for a little bit of fun at the end, and score coming out with a victory.
Now the same old game is on till the morning light. So into
Jungler versus jungler, and the better AD carry wins, somewhat surprisingly enough. It is going to be a score that advances, and of course, if you had to bet on one player, KT Rolster's a good team to bet on. They have overall the most successes of any individual team here. Of course, the majority of CJ Entis teams have yet to play, so we're going to hold them off for a little bit longer. Of course, SK Telecom teams have quite a bit of players left to be represented. But for the individual players themselves there, Chaser put up a decent fight there in game number 1, but of course, later on, able to bring it back after losing game 1, and of course, the end. Congratulations there to score. So, the end of our first best of 3 going to be over, but coming up next is the matchup that I've been waiting the entire day for. It's CJ Entis' Shai versus Chei from the Jin Air Green Wings. Last best of 3 of the day. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, Chei versus Shai coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite players, teams, and of course champions from this season of Champions, here broadcast on Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and we're getting into our final best of 3 of the night, or at least our final group stage best of 3 before we see the finals of this group stage. It's going to be Chei versus Shai. Facing off against each other, of course, CJ Entis has yet to really field most of their players in this tournament, so it's going to be awesome to watch Shai in action versus Chei. Now, Shai, of course, the player that you probably all know from seeing him in a little tournament called Worlds. Of course, Chei, kind of a newer player to the Jin Air Green Wings, is going to be bringing out his experience from the support position. Of course, support versus top lane, I feel like, has a small differential. However, if you look at their KDAs, they're actually remarkably similar. The only difference is that Shai's champion pool should probably include more viable champions to be played in the 1v1 matchup, whereas Chei will probably not have quite as many options as far as, you know, champions that he's really put in a whole lot of practice with. Maybe you can run Annie, maybe things like Morgana we've seen win games in the 1v1 matchups. I do want to say that Karma has also won matchups too. So all champions that could be considered support may be viable here. Things like LeBlanc used to be played as support. Used to see Lee Sin support sometimes as well, but I'm just throwing some stuff out there. As far as 1v1s, of course, Shai, kind of the heavy favorite as far as the invent poll goes, and we'll get the exact numbers. Didn't see the finalized numbers when I was checking on the site a little bit earlier today, so we'll have to check things out as we get into picks and bans here for game number 1. You're gonna see Kaylin ban, Lucian ban, and so no surprises there. The Karma ban by Shai, who I believe is actually on the wrong side as far as the photos are concerned. Shai is gonna start things off on the left side of your screen, given that he is in fact from CJ Entis. And he'll be facing off against Chei, who is actually on the right side of your screen. Kale versus Yorick. Not sure exactly why on earth we're seeing Kale and Yorick in these games. Theoretically should not actually be all that strong, but yeah, Yorick, a great 1v1 champion. I'm not sure why we haven't necessarily seen him. But Kale, probably not. Sustained disadvantage, gonna be really difficult to deal with, specifically how mana hungry she is, just requiring that to deal, almost just to deal damage off of Righteous Fervor. So we're gonna get into game here in just about a few seconds, so stick around. We'll have a Shai versus Jin Air's Chei coming up here in just a few. Once again, this is the Solo King Korean 1v1 tournament broadcast on Azubu TV. difficulties, but I believe we are back and ready to go. With what could very well be well, it's going to be our last initial best of 3. The winner of this game will actually go on to our actual final best of 3 of the night. So winner either Chei or Shai will advance through the Solo King brackets to play, I believe it was Score that actually won earlier on versus his matchup versus Chasers. So Shai versus Chei, at least for the matchup right now, would give a slight advantage to Shai, but of course is we see Chei here with a Yorick pick, actually pretty strong pick in the 1v1, and in fact, bring all those ghouls out, forcing Shai to run away. Is going to be able to trade relatively effectively, and keep in mind, the big problem with running Yorick in this matchup is that ghouls count as CS. So when you kill a ghoul, you get CS, and that can almost single-handedly win you the game if you're going for a CS score. You're just going to see single CS one after another, and Chei also getting beat down as far as, you know, the HP factor is concerned. Even though he gets a little bit of health from throwing minions out, when the minions die, they give you CS. So, I think Chei's starting to realize that Yorick is not the pick that he really needed to go with. And unfortunately, we're experiencing a few minor lag issues here, so give me a little bit of a brief moment here. I think Chei's going to look for the all-in here, but I think he's actually just dead. He needs to hit a Q, but he's not going to be able to get it down. There's the Ignite underneath turret, and it's a 4-minute victory here for Shai in game number 1. You can really just see playing that matchup beautifully, and the area of effect attacks actually really strong. Righteous Fervor completely turn that matchup around. You're able to kill off not only the creeps in the minion wave, but also the Yorick minions when they turn around there. And even though there's a little bit of a burst steal coming down from casting his lifesteal minion, it's gonna be Shai with a game 1 victory over Chei, and it didn't take very long at all. We saw teleports from both players that were just not necessary. So maybe you don't bring teleport in your next game if these players are going to be fighting each other this aggressively. Specifically Shai, who knows so well when exactly to press advantages. You can't expect him to necessarily know that he's going to be getting the opportunity to pick up these, you know, pre-5-minute kills, but at the same time, if you're that confident, maybe you go for like an Ignite Exhaust or a Flash Ignite or something more aggressive that we've seen work out sometimes, maybe not every single moment that it gets picked. But we're actually going to go through a quick little restart of the refresh of the stream here, just to make sure that we get the most updated and cleanest feed for you guys. Be throwing that up there on the stream here in just a second, so no worries, it'll be coming back in just a moment as we get ready for game number 2. Game point here for Shai as we look to bring things back, and there we go. Back on your screen, the Solo King. Who is it? Which Champions player is it going to be? Shai, definitely a contender, and of course didn't get a chance to see the Inven overlay for the vote that they took earlier on today for Shai versus Chei, but you can almost, or not Shai versus... Yeah, Shai versus Chei, it's not necessarily quite as obvious as you would necessarily expect, but we'll see if we can get into this game. Lag issues notwithstanding, we're going to take a quick break and then get into our second game in this best of 3. Jin Air's Chei, or not Jin Air, yeah, the Jin Air Green Wings. I saw the Green Wings, I was like, wait a second, they're the Green Wing Jin Airs, and I was like, well, I'm glad that name doesn't go backwards. Jin Air Green Wings fielding Chei. Of course, they already have one player in the final round of the Solo King tournament. It was Trace who qualified yesterday. Pilot almost made it in. It was one game away, but Pure was able to take it away from him to represent NaJin there. So Trace advanced, and we're going to get a chance to see whether or not Chei is able to take out Shai down in game number 1. Probably don't want to pick Yorick, kind of the lesson of game 1. Ghouls give CS, and even if it's not necessarily quite as valuable as the lane CS, all that matters is the number. So if you kill off more CS, you're going to win that matchup regardless. So let's go ahead, check out some of these runes and masteries we're going to see here for game number 2. You can see the extra HP, and then you're probably just going to see, I think that's not magic resistance. He's just going in for damage after that. So checking out the masteries here. Now there is only one mastery page, so you can see it fairly standard as far as ability power pages go. There's no spell weaving or blade weaving, just going in for as much ability power as possible. And then the 3 points in utility for the extra mana regen. If you're looking for sustain, this is the best way to get it. Of course, when you look at the rune page, you should see, oh, actually interesting, he's got 5 flat cooldown reduction from blues, flat armor, flat magic resistance, and then of course 29% attack speed. Holy, that is a lot of attack speed to pick up, and more importantly, when you look at the masteries, it's 27 points in offense. So let's just break this down. You get all the scaling AD, AP, dangerous game. You get just about everything that you could want from the offense tree, with the exception of the scaling portions of, or the percentage increase to attack, damage, or ability power, which are not going to be all that valuable anyway, just given that you don't actually get all that much of an advantage from 2% of 100 AD. I mean, it's going to give you 2 AD in there, not really going to determine exactly how things go. So very, very aggressive mastery setup, at least here, getting into what could be the defining game, 1 game away from elimination, and Shai, having taken down Chei in game 1, finds himself in a relatively interesting spot. So we're actually going to take a quick break before we hop into our second game in this final best of 3 in the opening semifinals. It's going to be Shai versus Chei. Winner will face score in the finals to determine which player will be the second player from Group B1 to advance to this playoff bracket. So it's going to be exciting to watch. And of course, we'll have this game and one final deciding match left to come your way tonight. So let's go ahead and get into our second game in this best of 3. The Solo King Korean 1v1 tournament, brought to you here on Azubu TV.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. Of course, we've introduced it a lot, but do want to go over it one more time. 1v1s between all of your favorite champions, players, and teams coming your way today. It's Chei versus Shai. Shai just picking Kale into everything tonight. He picked Kale into Yorick earlier, now he's going to pick it into Chei's Zyra. Now, keep in mind, especially in the matchup versus Chei, you have players playing primarily champions that are, you know, in the champion pool that they would necessarily already be playing. So for Shai, he's going to be playing a lot of top lane champions, and of course for Chei, he'll be playing a lot of supports. And while we haven't seen necessarily support Zyra in a while, it's going to be interesting to see how Zyra works out in the 1v1. Now, I don't believe that plants gives CS. I'm actually really interested to see if they do. If they do, then Jay's going to run into the same problem that he had with Yorick, in that when you spawn your ghouls or your plants, then you give away free CS, which is just an easier trip towards not only extra gold, but, you know, extra CS as well. Of course, gold not the case for the plants, but we'll see if Shai's just AFK push the wave strategy is going to work out here. Chei not starting with Snare early on for some extra auto attack harass, but going to look to put out one or two here or there. Only one creep apiece for both players. So a potential at a CS advantage here, but shoving the wave underneath the turret means that, you know, Chei actually comes out, you know, not quite as far behind as Shai would have liked. And to be fair, Shai is probably going to win this game off of aggression, not necessarily off of some of the passive ways of winning, either taking your opponent's turret or just hitting 100 CS. And while he definitely is capable of hitting that 100 CS, it's primarily going to be his aggression. It's paid off in game 1 and got him the win there. Can he bring it back here in game number 2 and, you know, have the same success? Spawning plants here, we're going to see if that gives CS. I don't believe it does, so it's going to be safe from the Yorick issue. When ghouls give CS, that's when you know you're going to be having a lot of problems. Wait a second, I think it actually might give CS. I'm trying to pay attention, and I haven't not played this matchup before, so we'll definitely have to keep an eye onto that. But biggest problem to watch out is going to be CSing under turret for Chei. Chei has 58 attack damage, which is not going to be super great at, you know... Yeah, plants give CS. Okay, so that is going to be hashtag the struggle here for Chei. If he keeps spawning all these plants out here, he's just going to keep spawning them. Yep, 22. Getting a CS there off of that plant. You can see just a huge CS differential starting to develop here. And it's not even real. You have, I want to say a good 5 CS just off of plants there. Chei might have a very strong all-in, but he needs the mana sustain to be able to, well, sustain it. He might have shoved Shai off of his minions for now, but as soon as Shai gets enough HP, he's just going to go right back on in, off as many auto attacks as he can, and, you know, Chei is going to be forced off eventually because he's just not CSing the minions. So, put the pressure on, now taking the pressure right back off. Not too much mana left. He went for all mana potions, or all health potions rather. So he's gonna have a lot of health, but won't have a whole lot of mana to deal with it. Just turning around, auto attacking the plants and getting CS for it. Shai is in a great position right now, although even he is a little bit low on the mana department. Missing that cannon minion is also gonna hurt. So should be seeing his first recall back to base come up here in just a little bit. However, let's recognize that, you know, Chei is actually pretty low on mana, and by pretty low I mean completely gone. Some greater than none, kind of the advanced math techniques that Shai is going for right here. Double plants actually being spawned there, and Shai cannot contest this. Now, he might actually look for kills on both these plants. Gonna get one, gonna get a second one, and yeah, he actually does get it. Gets 5 gold from it, as well as, of course, that CS, which is why he is 11 CS ahead of Chei at this point, and both laners very, very narrowly in this lane. And now, no flash for Chei as well, so definitely something to keep an eye on here. Oh, nice scrying orb usage there by Chei. There's the flash in. He flashes almost over that root, but now he's actually in a little bit of trouble here. One more auto attack. He's going to turn it around. Oh my god, the matter of inches, seconds. Denying that kill by the last narrowest of auto attacks. If Shai had been able to flash over that root, I think he actually walks right into range, and there it is! He walked into range of the plant, and Chei wins the 1v1 off of 1 plant auto attack. Oh my gosh, it doesn't get much closer than that. And that'll actually tie it up at 1-1, but that means that we're coming into a blind pick game number 3. With, of course, the second game being won by Chei, first game being won by Shai, and game 3 was all even once again. We'll be having that game and, of course, the finals matchup afterwards coming your way after a short commercial break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Solo King, Korean 1v1 tournament here, broadcast on Azubu TV. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our deciding game number 3. Shai versus Chei in a blind pick battle to the finish to determine which player will advance to the finals to attempt to qualify out of their bracket B-1, I believe it is. So, battle of the purple champions. Not ones that I would necessarily expect, but Chei's gonna bring out the kind of surprise Malzahar pick versus Shai's Kennen. And to be clear, this was actually a blind picked matchup, so Chei didn't know that he was going to be going up against Kennen and vice versa as well. So how much AD will we see Shai build on this Kennen? Now, traditionally, back in the day, you used to see Doran's blades used on Kennens, and while you wouldn't build too much attack damage, that was back when I believe Doran's blades had on-hit health gain. So you used to gain 5 health back every time you auto-attacked with a Doran's blade. It was ridiculously good, and so everybody built it. But now we actually get to watch Kennen versus a Malzahar. And for Malzahar, always been a very good champion at shoving the lane. But let's take a look at the runes and masteries here for Shai's Kennen. He's got 8 plus 8.5, I believe that is attack damage. I want to see that's all flat AD, but of course my Korean not good enough to completely translate that. And of course, standard 21-9, no points in Warlord, just 1 point in spell weaving there at the beginning. Of course, a lot of extra auto attack speed in there, as well as some points in ability power. So he's getting a little bit of both. Not sure if this is the correct mastery or rune page here for Chai, but it does have, yeah, I think this is the rune page he used last time, and fairly standard page as far as ability power matchups go. No points in spell weaving and blade weaving, all three there in ability power. So yeah, just going all in on the AP, and of course a lot of sustain there. 2 points in health regeneration, the defense 3, and 3 points in mana regen in utilities. So that's going to do it for our Runes and Masteries champion picks, and no bans because it's blind pick. We're going to hop into game number 3 here to decide whether or not it's Shai or Chei that advance on to the next round of the Korean 1v1 tournament, the Solo King. We'll be having that deciding game number 3 coming up here in just a minute. Of course, all broadcasts to you on Azubu TV. Don't go anywhere, stick around, we'll be right back with game number 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. On your screen right now, you can see Shai. There is Chei coming out of base. Of course, he'll be stacking things up. Oh, is this... Okay, I thought for a second it might have been AD Malzahar, but it is in fact Ability Power Malzahar versus still AP Kennen. But it's going to be starting out with a Doran's Blade, as you might suspect. Of course, we've got some observers in the game as well, but also some sick dance moves by Chei. Malzahar's dance probably the greatest. I don't think there are too many better ones out there. Always been a big fan of Malzahar as a champion, of course, as a dance fiend as well. So, a departure away from starting with crystalline flasks. You're not going to be able to do that on Kennen just because you don't use mana, and while it gives you regeneratable health regen, it's not super effective, or at least not as effective, especially when it comes down to that sustain. Now, speaking of sustain, it's just going to be HP here for Kennen, and that's actually a really big deal, to cut out completely having to rely on mana. Something that Chei will have to rely on, but at the same time, Malefic Visions gives you so much mana back when you kill minions with it. It's just going to be super great in the early game. Now, what we can expect to see here is the spawning of a Voidling. What is a Voidling, you may ask? It's a little tiny creature that comes out, buffs itself up the longer it's alive, and really it just helps Malzahar push the wave. And pushing is the name of the game for Malzahar. Whether it's Malefic Visions, whether it's Voidlings, it's all going to help Malzahar shove the lane into turret, and we'll see how well Shai is able to deal with this. Should be able to last hit the majority of these minions under turret, hesitating just the right amount to be able to pick up the majority of that CS. Actually, one CS ahead of Chei after shoving it in there. Downside to Voidlings and Malefic Visions is that sometimes they can make last hitting actually a lot more difficult. You can see minions being missed there by Chei as they continue to push things in. Trying to keep the Malefic Visions going. He's actually gonna... Oh, wow. That almost bounced to Shai. Malefic Visions bouncing off of creeps is kind of the opposite of a good idea to have happened to you. So Shai is definitely gonna keep an eye on that. It used to be that you could put a ward down in the middle of the minion wave, and the Malefic Visions would bounce to the ward and not deal damage to it. So essentially all you had to do to stop Malzahar from being effective is to walk forward, place a ward in the middle of your lane, and then just stand behind it so that Malefic Visions would always bounce to the ward instead of bouncing to you. Now, thankfully that has been fixed, much to the benefit of Malzahar players everywhere, but at the same time, Chei, picking Malzahar does need to make sure that he hits all this CS. Of course, in the 1v1 matchup, as long as Shai turns on his ultimate, he should be okay. because the Lightning Storm procs would actually stun Chei out of his ultimate. I'm not going to see any Quicksilver Sashes, so once again we return to a world in which suppression is still a pretty strong ability. Surprised we didn't see any Urgots this tournament so far. He's got suppression as well as a lot of 1v1 potential. He's got the ability to both increase his damage and reduce the amount of damage that he takes, so seem like good ideas. But as far as suppression is concerned, Malzahar, pretty good place to get it from. And of course, pushing his Voidling underneath turret for some extra damage is also, once again, going to give CS. So when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, giving Voidling CS over to Shai may be what gives Shai enough CS to win the game. But we probably are going to see the Ignite, the last auto attack, the Malefic Vision's ticking down, the damage over time isn't enough, no! Shai lives with just the last little tick there, and of course, Jay had to flash out of turret range so that he wouldn't die to that last turret shot, and now it's going to be both summoners down for Chei. The flash, the Ignite, they're out of here, whereas Shai is going to be both able to teleport back in the lane and keep his Ignite in there. It's going to be double Doran's Blades versus triple Doran's Rings, though, so Chei will have a Doran's item advantage. But it'll also have the disadvantage of having to walk all the way back to lane. Of course, Shai doing a great job just freezing this wave at his turret, thinning out just a little bit, but it's primarily just so that he can, keep it here for a few minutes longer. And of course, freezing the wave, not actually all that effective. It's only effective if you're behind and you need the turret to defend yourself. So I think at this point, yeah, Chei used his Malefic Visions on the wave and great lightning rush forward. But Shai will zone him off of it. So at this point, yeah, it's going to be up to young Mr. Voidling here. Can he keep these Malefic Visions alive and allow Chei to pretty much CS for free? Voidling will die without giving away CS, and now it's up to Chei to either respawn that Malefic Visions or just wait for this level 6, and I think that's the big advantage that Shai is going to have here. He's going to be able to hit level 6 first, play aggressively, and then not allow Chei to harass him down. So when it comes down to it, the Nether Grasp is really just going to be grasping at straws, not nethers. Arguably sounds very painful. We'll see how effective Chei is at both CSing. Of course, now down almost, yeah, he's over 10 CS. Down almost 20. He's like 15 CS down at 6.5 minutes into the game. So there's really no way that he's going to be able to win off of CS as long as Shai just stays in lane and plays it safe. If Shai takes a second to tank up the turret here, that is probably not going to be the greatest option to go for. Now, double Doran's Blades as well. You also have to keep an eye on that. That gives you a lot of extra lifesteal. And actually a fairly decent amount of, level 6s for both players. Nice job dodging out away from that, I wanted to say, Event Horizon. Of course, Malzahar is not the tiny master of evil Vhagar. So as far as Malzahar is concerned, you saw Shai able to just run right between the Call of the Void. That's the two little projectiles that come between those two Void portals. Not Zerat portals, they're just Void portals, although I guess technically Zerat portals are Void portals too. But regardless of that, it's going to be set down the Null Zone, although I'm not sure Chei has skilled up one point in the Null Zone. That was your opportunity to ult for free there, Chei, but he didn't take it, and especially with a Voidling all the way enraged, after being alive, I think that was Chei's opportunity to win if he had gone for it. Now, he's continuing to use his abilities behind the turret just to stack up more Voidling stacks, and I think with 2 already, he's just going to look for the all-in here. Although, theoretically, you want to actually have the Voidling spawn. There it is, the all-in inside the Malefic Visions. Down, is it going to be the 1v1 Shai? Once again, just narrowly, the last tick of HP. Able to come in, and we're going to watch this one more time. Ignite is up for Chei. He gets Shai just on the last, the very edge of the Null Zone, so it's still dishing out damage. The last auto attack actually may have been canceled as the stun hit onto Chei. And once again, had that Voidling been enraged, then it would have been able to get one more auto attack off and win the matchup. But in the end, it is a Shai with a 2-1 victory over Chei. Of course, he will advance to our final matchup of the night. Incredible 1v1 prowess there by Shai. Died to a one auto attack difference between himself and Chei in game number 2, and wound up kind of have that karma come full circle, winning that matchup by just a single auto attack in game number 3. But of course, it doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish, and Shai will finish with a 2-0 or 2-1 victory over Chei, advance on to the finals. And of course, we will have that final coming up for you guys in just a minute. So stick around, we'll be having a short break, and then we'll come back with our final matchup of the night. Of course, the winner's interview afterwards. Stick around. Solo King on Azubu TV. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the League of Legends Top Fills. This is day 351. Hope you guys enjoy. Let's begin. Starting off at the number 3 spot, we have the red team Caitlyn and some A-Ram footage with the blue team encroaching. The Shaco clone will head right towards Jinx. Jinx getting a couple of auto attacks will be able to trap it out. The Shaco clone not done as Caitlyn channels the ace and hole on Zac. The Shaco clone is going to walk right in front of it. As it goes out, it will finish off the clone and give Shaco the kill. Coming in at number 2, we have the blue team Lee Sin getting caught by the Blitz hook as he's pulled back. Blitz will get some help from his friendly Malzahar as Malz gets there just in time for the Malefic Vision. Lee Sin then will war jump towards his friendly Vayne. The Malefic Vision will deal some damage and finish him off before then transferring over to his friendly Vayne. This will ultimately be the end of her as well as Malzahar ends up with the double kill. The top fill of day 351 is going to belong to the red team down in the bottom lane with the blue team Twisted Fate showing up. He will throw out the blind wild card over the wall, hitting a couple of the enemies. Twisted Fate then locking the gold card will be able to land it on Annie and throw out another wild card as the red team chase right into it. Nami will flash, missing the bubble as TF lands the gold card, throwing out another wild card to finish off Rammus and then finish off Jinx with the auto attack. He will flash after Annie trying to catch up, but Annie with their own flash will be able to gain some ground. Luckily, Twisted Fate with the Destiny up his sleeve will be able to teleport on top of the turret, finishing off Annie for the unofficial quadra kill.
and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament, of course, broadcast here on Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Melton. We'll be hopping into our last best of 3 of the night. So like all good things must come to an end. We're going to come into our final game of the night as Shai faces off against Score. And now we've seen Shai just play Kale in game number 1, Kale in game number 2, and of course you look at the last game he played Kennen. But back on the Kale hype train, no bans versus that champion, just because there really aren't that many bans out there with a lot of very strong 1v1 champions. Kale is Shai's answer to this tournament. Will it be a good enough answer? Of course, this tournament is being played on patch 5.2. In the new season, of course, no changes to Kale for a while, but maybe it's that other champions have been changed enough to make her really strong in the 1v1. Of course, it is versus Score's Varus. Now, the Score's Varus experience comes from his previous 1v1 versus Chaser, where he was able to narrowly win that matchup out 2-1. But for Score, at least, picking an AD carry into a Kale may not necessarily been the best idea. When it comes to wave clear, it doesn't get much better than Kale's consistent area of effect auto attacks, but Score's got the ability as an AD carry to not require mana to attack at range, which is fairly good as far as sustain's concerned. Well, I won't get a chance to take a look at their runes and masteries here for game number 1, but of course we will be able to get into game 1 here in just a minute. So stick around, we'll be having our first game in this best of 3, final best of 3 to determine who will be the second player to advance to the playoffs out of Group B1. Will it be Shai or Score? Well, we'll be having defining game number 1 coming up here in just a minute. So stick around. Once again, the Solo King broadcast on Azubu TV. We'll be right back with game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King Korean 1v1 tournament, of course, broadcast here on Azubu TV, featuring all of your favorite players, teams, and of course champions from this season of champions. Coming your way, Score versus Shai, and we've already seen a win and a loss for Shai's Kale, although his loss came at the most narrow of deficits, one auto attack away from winning and losing, and well, it was unfortunately a loss for that. So 1-1 on Kale so far for him in this tournament. Will he be able to advance all the way out to the playoff brackets? We've only Score standing in his way on Varus versus Kale. We'll have to see if this is enough to bring it back. Now, Shai has always been a big proponent of starting with the Doran's item, at least in the 1v1 tournaments so far. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not that actual power punch that he's able to pack early enough is able to chunk through the Crystalline Flask. Because the more times that Score goes back to base, the more sustain that he's just going to get for free after refilling his Crystalline Flask. And that's the idea. The more you go back to base, you're going to be getting more and more value out of that. And so you just sustain up. You have so much sustain that probably with this low degree of itemization, your opponent isn't going to be able to kill you. You sustain through and are able to go back into base and pick up a comparable number of Doran's items. Now, the difficulty comes when you're actually a Doran's item behind, and specifically versus Shai, whose CSing abilities have actually been relatively strong, may cause a Doran's deficit, which is a recipe for, well, not having a very good time. So, perfect CS for Shai off the first wave. Score has only picked up half of it. Will not be able to CS at least one of these minions under turret. Gets both of the other ones, so 6-5 as far as CS is concerned. But as far as the 1v1, I haven't actually seen them fight each other just yet. In the Kale versus Bears, you'd expect to see level 2 be a big difference. And Shai walking forward for a couple of extra auto attacks, takes less in return, and backs off the creep minion wave, drops aggro. See if he's still able to pick up perfect CS. Yes, 12 out of 12 minions here for Shai. Already way up in front of score. Will be only one minion behind, so impressive CSing just off the first 2 waves. And at some point I start shoutcasting minions dying, and as exciting as that is, it's probably going to be more about the individual players and teams so far. And if you want to at least judge things based on the way that their teams have done in Champions this season, I believe CJ Entis, formerly a little bit higher, but tied for 3rd place with the Jin Air Green Wings and SK Telecom T1 at 4-2 record. So a very, very strong performance from them this season. KT Rolster, however, the team that Score is actually representing, unfortunately sitting down towards the bottom of the champion standings at 1-5. So a little bit difficult to deal with at that point, but at least for the 1v1 matchups, you get to sort of shrug off the organization that you play with as a team and just represent yourself for them as in a 1v1. And I think for Shai specifically, just because he has so much experience in the 1v1 matchup as a top laner, versus Score should have a little bit of an advantage. I don't want to, say that champion pool is going to impact things all that much, but at least for Score, coming out as a jungler, probably not too used to fighting things that fight back as minions and champions do. Although, to be fair, Kale hasn't necessarily seen competitive play in a while, so Shai, we'll see how he does on this. 28-22, already a full CS wave ahead. Still have yet to go back to base, and with this much CS being picked up, you could actually see them skip the 2 Doran spot, just go back to base with 1, and while Shai may be forced to use his health potion here in just a little bit, he's going to put the wave back under turret and keep this pressure on for now. Traditionally, you want to go back to base at level 5 so that then you can come back into lane. Very, very strong. Hit your level 6 power spike, get your ultimate, and then be as strong as you possibly can then. Rather than hitting level 6, going back to base, giving your opponent time to hit level 6 as well, and all kinds of mitigating factors that make you a little bit less strong. So continuing to push this wave into turret. He's okay with taking auto attacks because he knows he's going to be able to go back to base and heal them up. And it's just denying CS from Score. So even if he gets hit there by the piercing arrow, it's not really going to be all that impactful. And of course, keep in mind, there's a very big difference in summoner spells as well. You've got Barrier there on Score, so he'll be able to take a few more hits, whereas Flash there on Shai is really a little bit more of a playmaking spell, able to close the gap, get in there for auto attacks that Score really doesn't want to take, and will not be able to avoid. If you flash on Score, barring him hitting his ultimate on you, if you flash the ultimate just as a whole, oh wow, Shai, don't die just yet on me. He's gonna have to go back to base. Won't lose any minions to turret, but with a cannon wave pushing in, he actually should lose a few minions just to that. Teleporting back means that Shai gets a lane to himself, and, well, if he can CS almost perfectly with an enemy champion in lane, it'll be interesting to see how well he does without it. And there we go, perfect CS off of that minion wave, uncontested. Comes back into lane with 4 Doran's rings. Now, I would have expected maybe a dagger if you want to look for a little bit of extra attack speed, but when it comes to dealing damage, you generally want stats that help you do that. The ability power, great place to get that from, and of course it's actually the combination of ability power and HP that you get just so cost effective, stacking up those Doran's items, and of course, about 10 CS ahead, give or take. Score needs to either even that CS up or CS differential up just a little bit more. Start putting on the pressure because we are over halfway through our trip to 100 CS. And of course, when you get there, you do have to have 10 CS advantage over your opponent. We actually saw one game already decided by just exactly that. 100 to 90 CS. Closest it can get as far as CS to have you win the game based on that criteria. Oh, Shai going in for it. He is level 6. He's going to turn on his ultimate. He will get hit there by Varus, but flashing defensively away from the score. Just put on a little bit too much damage to handle. And keep in mind, the lifesteal from 3 Doran's blades is actually fairly significant. Level 7 hit for both mid laners. Piercing arrows, I believe that actually did not get the healing reduction off the grievous wound, so full value there for the Righteous Fervor, continuing to dish out damage. Score taking one auto attack after another, but last health potion here coming in for Shai. That's gonna take down probably a little bit more quickly than he would like, and now damage actually coming onto his turret, and you actually won't be able to CS all of it. Actually, no, he is able to CS all of that, and so now sustain advantage for scores. He's been able to fill up that crystalline flask, and no more consumables here for Shai. Throws down a little bit of a slow, gets a speed up, but does not want to take any more of this damage. Whoa, piercing arrow. He has to head back to base. There's no possible way that he can stay in lane against this. Score is just going to walk up, or even just one piercing arrow wins the game here. Shai does have a little bit of sustain just left in his kit, but very, very mana inefficient, and he's actually pretty low on mana right now, just based on his minion cost. So he's going to try to shove this wave up and get a trip back to base, but oh, here it is. He's going to get level 6, speed himself back in there. One last auto attack. No, Score almost had the win. It was like 1.5 autos off of that victory, and Shai in the end is able to pull out game number 1 versus Score. Gonna get a quick instant replay. The piercing arrow, I think that actually might have missed as well. And while Shai may get slowed up, caught up in the minion wave, one auto attack differential. If Score had actually killed the minion, he might have gotten the auto attack speed off of his passive to be able to win that fight. But even still, all that matters is Shai picked up the kill first, and he'll take game number 1 over Score. We're taking a quick break here to sort of gather ourselves, get everybody back into the lobby, and load up for game number 2. This final best of 3 of the night. Which player will advance out of their group to the playoffs? We'll find out coming up next. It's Shai versus Score. You're on the Solo King broadcast on Azubu TV. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ready for the night. Tell me, are you ready? Out of control, you're gonna lose that fight. Are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Six nights all alone with a thought that infests in your head. Give it up, no time for doubt, no time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. Game number 2 coming your way between KT Rolster's Score versus CJ Entis' Shai. And Shai, not to a whole lot of people's surprise, he was picked overwhelmingly by the InVen vote audience as the favor in this matchup, and as a top laner, really used to 1v1s versus Score, who in the jungle may not get quite as much experience playing versus things that fight back against you like champions. So he's been going with Varus a lot this series. Of course, both games, 100% of his games versus Shai, he has played Varus. So gotta throw that quick stat right out at you. But Shai had a rough spot there after the first set of recalls back into lane. Will he still go with his Kale? Answer is unfortunately no, as it has been banned out. So now does he default back to Kennen? What is a good counter here? And he, is just gonna lock that Kennen in. Champion pool, maybe not exactly what you'd expect. in a 1v1 tournament, but specifically because of the Kennen auto attack range. That's why I expected not to see that champion in a 1v1 situation. However, if you do spec very aggressively into your rune page, maybe 27 or 30 points into offense, maybe you just put so much power in there that Score won't be able to handle it. And that was certainly the situation in the deciding game number 3 of our previous series, where Shai actually was able to take out Chei very, very narrowly. It was just one auto attack away from losing that matchup to Chei, and he was able to take that. Finds himself here versus Score now in the finals. Winner will advance to the, I don't want to say grand finals, but to the playoff stage of the brackets once we finish the group stage. So I'm excited to see who exactly it's going to be. We're going to check out the runes and masteries right now for Score. You'll be playing Varus. You can see 9% attack speed, some extra physical damage and armor. And of course, as far as masteries are concerned, I believe this is the correct mastery page. This is 2190, so this is actually really interesting. If in fact this is Score's rune page, not putting those 3 points into the mana regen and utility is actually a pretty big deal. Sustain actually matters a lot when it comes to the very early lane phase, and getting a little bit more of it is a great way to go. So let's go ahead and switch over to Shai. See what he's running. He's running, let's see, flat AD. I believe that might be a hybrid penetration runes. No, it is magic penetration runes. I can't exactly tell which one those are, but if you want to look at the way that his masteries are set up, he is going 2190. So for Kennen, you could justify putting some points into ability power as well as physical damage, and that's exactly what you can see. Some extra attack speed, AP, AD, and of course, you know, the rest of the ancillary points, including, you know, bonus damage and armor and magic penetration. So works very well in a hybrid situation, getting benefit out of both of those, armor and magic penetration. And of course, the 9 points in defense, fairly standard as well. And that means that we are done with our champion picks, bans, and runes and masteries. So all that we have left is to load into our second game of this best of 3 series. We'll be coming your way here in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. Which player will be the Solo King of at least their group stage here? We're about to find out as CJ Antis' Shai faces off with a 1-game advantage versus KT Rolster's Score. It's going to be a Varus versus Kennen matchup. Teleports for both players, but with an Exhaust versus Ignite, you can definitely tell there's a lot more aggression packed into Shai's kit. I love it when he goes Ignite because it means that he's looking for kills, and we've definitely seen games decided, I think 2 of them already today, by nothing but CS advantages. So sometimes you have to take the long haul, go for either turret kills, or of course a little bit easier as far as passive objectives are concerned is just the 100 CS with a 10 CS advantage. Gotta love our observers here, putting a little bit more spice back in the game. So Score is gonna go for, once again, the sustain path, picking up Crystalline Flask, and of course looking for 3 health potions, and arguably probably a mana potion here. The idea as a Flask start is to be able to out-sustain your opponent's damage, and then once you out-sustain it, you go back to base and refill your Crystalline Flask and get that extra bonus gold value for, you know, having it refilled for free. Free refills here on Summoner's Rift. I wonder if in like Summoner's Rift themes restaurants they give you free refills, or if they call their water fountain the fountain. Because then technically, if you had a Crystalline Flask, you'd get free refills. Maybe you could sell that. You sell a Crystalline Flask and you get free refills when you come back. I don't know. You guys are making League of Legends restaurants out there. Maybe that's what you go for, and people come back for their free refills. I don't know. But as far as the 1v1s are concerned, can Score sustain through this matchup? I don't know. Kennen has always been very well known to be put out a lot of early game damage, especially when it comes to this ranged harass. We'll see if Shai goes for this. He's gonna hit level 2 first. However, I've yet to see exactly which skill he's going to skill up here. Level 2 is now for Score as well. The level discrepancies actually mean a ton, because not only is it going to determine who just straight up wins a 1v1. You have more skills, you do more damage, and you win that 1v1. But especially for pushing power, it's going to be interesting to see how both of these players handle it, because you have to find that balance between getting perfect CS and getting perfect harassment off contesting perfect CS. Try to limit the effectiveness there, and already Score kind of dropping behind. Level 3 now hit for both players, so all 3 skills will have been skilled up, or at least they have been for Shai. We'll see. Whoa, Score is way too far forward here. He's going to be taking this creep wave when it turns on to aggro him. There is the stun, but it's not going to be enough with it. A late exhaust Shai at 3.5 minutes. We're going to get a quick replay of this 1v1 all-in. You can see he draws Score into his minion wave. And I'm not sure what Score's thought process is here, because you're never going to win a battle between champions and minions. Plus, I mean, Kennen's auto attacks when you stack up those marks of the storm is going to stun you. All 3 skills having points put into him. Shai with a 2-0 victory over Score will advance to the playoffs to prove whether or not he is the solo king. And of course, we'll get an opportunity to watch those playoff matchups after the group stages, but that's going to do it for us tonight, at least as far as our matches are concerned. Now, we're going to take a little bit of time to get Shai on the line and have a quick winners interview with him. Of course, won't have translations for you just yet. Should see those either translated in chat, or of course we'll get some more info about the translations for his interview coming up here in just a little bit. So that is it for me. Of course, if you like my shoutcasting, feel free. Leave us some feedback. I'll give you guys some links at the end of the stream, but at least for the time being, enjoy this interview with Shai. We'll be right back after the interview.
So
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
네, 자 소리가 잠깐 작은데요. 네,
네네.
자 오늘 12강 진출을 했습니다. 축하드립니다. 먼저.
아, 감사합니다.
네, 자 항상 그 뭐라고 해야 될까 굉장히 또 쿨한 모습과 좀 다정한 그런 모습들은 인기가 높은 샤이 선수인데, 자
제가요?
뭐 좀 마지막 경기, 뭐
네.
KT 스코어 선수와의 그 첫 번째 경기가 상당히 좀 인상이 많이 남았어요. 네, 경기를
네.
치렀을 때 그 마지막까지 나오는 그 짜릿한 승부, 어떻게 경기를 끝난 다음에 어떤 기분이 들던가요?
아, 그냥 좀 뭐라고 해야 되지? 그냥 막 산 하나 넘은 느낌 나요. 근데 또 앞에 산이 또 펼쳐져 있고 그래서 되게 힘드네요.
네.
덤덤하니까요. 그리고 지금 12강에 탑라이너가 샤이 선수 포함해서 지금 4명이 올라가 있어요. 썸데이
네.
선수랑 마린 선수랑 트레이스 선수가 올라가 있는데 가장
네.
좀 위협적인 선수 꼽으라면 어떤 선수가 있을까요?
저는 썸데이 선수 꼽고 싶어요.
썸데이.
또 이유가
네.
있다면요?
썸데이 선수가 되게 그런 1대1 독특한 픽도 잘하시고 1대1도 되게 잘하시는 것 같아서 그렇게 생각하고 있어요 지금.
썸데이가 고평가를 받고
그렇습니다.
있네요.
자 그럼 오늘 샤이 선수의 그 만능 K설, 상당히 또 K를 지속적으로 기용을 하면서 좋은 모습을 보여줬는데 앞으로도 K를 좀 자주 사용할 예정인가요?
아, 풀리면 무조건 합니다.
풀리면 무조건.
아니, 이 말 취소할게요.
K이
취소할게요.
최고라고 지금 거의
그럼 뭐-
꼽아주고 있는 것 같아요.
케일 말고 캐넨도 자주 쓰셨는데 어때요? 다시 캐넨 하니까 기분이 어떤가요?
아, 캐넨 하니깐요. 아, 제가 원래 캐넨 하기 정말 싫어했었거든요. 근데 오늘 이기기 위해서 다시 썼어요.
야, 저도 사실 샤이 선수의 캐넨은 알고 있었는데 정말 1대1에서 이렇게 강력한 모습을 보여줄 줄이야.
그렇습니다.
네, 앞으로도 기대 많이 하겠습니다.
네.
네, 감사합니다.
자 지금까지 CJ 투슨 샤이 선수 인터뷰를 들어봤습니다. 네. 자 이렇게 해서 오늘 리그 오브 레전드 코리안 솔로킹 토너먼트 모든 경기가 마무리가 되었습니다. 자 현재까지 대진 상황을 화면을 통해서 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 자 B그룹 대진 상황의 그 반 페이지가 장식이 되었습니다. 자 오늘 12강 진출팀 진출 선수죠. 자 IN 투신 선수, 자 CJ의.
All right, welcome back. Thank you, Shai, for that interview. And of course, you can see there on your screen that TuSin and Shai advanced from this bracket. Now we're going to be catching a little bit later broadcast of the next bracket you see there on your screen. Of course, this one is going to feature the highlight matchup that is Faker versus Fury. AD carry for Samsung versus the mid laner for SK Telecom. And of course, Kane versus Winged. A lot of fans, a lot of Brazilian fans for Winged after his time spent over there on Pain Gaming. We'll see if his sub spot on Jin Air is one that he's been putting to good use versus NaJin's Kane. Of course, you can see the times, schedules for all those matchups. Of course, for more information, make sure to tune in to Azubu.tv. Check everything out there. Of course, the Solo King will continue tomorrow. But in the meantime, I hope you guys have a great evening. If you have any feedback, make sure to tweet it at AzubuTV. Go to twitter.com/AzubuTV and let them know what you think they can improve. And if you like my shoutcasting, make sure to head on over to Twitter and follow at RapidCasting. And I'd love to hear what you guys thought about today. Of course, talk to you about some Korean League of Legends. It's been an awesome tournament for today, but like all good things, it must come to an end. So I do want to thank everybody at Azubu for putting on the Solo King tournament. Of course, all the wonderful players for playing, and all of you guys for watching as well. See you back here next time for some more Solo King 1v1 Korean League of Legends. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you then.